Chapter 1. The Death of the Black Knight. Author. Green night lanes under the blood-red night sky, a knight in full black armor walked among the ruins. A tall warhorse followed closely behind the knight like a guard. Faint black smoke could be seen spreading out from the gaps between the horse and the armor. The surroundings were dead silent. The cries and cries for help that were still echoing in the surroundings could no longer be heard. Only the occasional crackling sound from the houses that had yet to burn down could be heard. Laughable humans, do you think you can stop the Dark Knight's assault by lighting a fire? It's not like we're the cannon fodder army led by that bastard Gilob. The knight stopped and looked at the results of his battle with satisfaction. Among the corpses, there were men with swords and armor, women with plows, and even old people and children. However, all of the corpses had one thing in common: there was only one wound. As expected of the Black Knight personally selected and trained by myself and Commander Taze. He's also been selected through a dozen battles. It's a bit of a waste to use poison fang in this place. Is it Likelud? The knight did not turn around when footsteps sounded behind him. His voice was hoarse and deep. Yes, General Lanes, a black knight with a blood-red rose embroidered on his shoulder armor walked out of the darkness and answered after standing at attention. How's the battle? This time, Poison Fang has 30 people participating in the battle. They killed 324 enemies, 37 of which were combatants. Our side suffered 0 losses. Very good. What about Luxembourg? There are no signs of troops for now. Then have the squad in charge of the ambush retreat. As expected of the Valkyrie, you can really keep your composure. What about that matter? According to the general's orders, a few from the west and north were released. But General, why did you leave them alive? If Lord Interin finds out, he will punish you again. He won't. But, oh Likelud, what is our goal? The deep voice revealed a sense of majesty at this moment. Likelud knew that the vice-commander was a little angry. Take down Luxembourg and cut off Brando's supplies. In order to offset the pressure he felt, Likelud walked up to the vice-commander and said excitedly. As long as you understand. After hearing a satisfactory answer, Ryan continued, now, the remaining troops of Luxembourg are maintained by the personal prestige of the Valkyrie. As long as she continues to ignore our actions, the humans will lose faith in the glory of the Valkyrie, and it will be easy to take down Luxembourg. But there's no need to intentionally leave them alive. If this continues, our Poison Fang's record and evaluation. Likelud was still a little confused. Battle record and evaluation? Ryan swept his gaze over the corpses around him. If annihilating a village with no combat power is considered a battle record, then it's fine if I don't take it. As for the evaluation, as long as we take Luxembourg before the next full moon, what would the other generals say? So fast? Likelud said with some surprise. Is it because someone will help us to poison the Luxembourg? Poison? How is that possible? Besides, isn't poison the one you hate the most, General? The vicious poison known as panic and rumors. Ryan looked at the blood moon in the sky and continued. The intelligence brought by the scouts is often controlled by the higher-ups and can't be well known to the soldiers at the bottom. The narration of the fugitives is easier to spread among the soldiers at the bottom, and it will spread panic and rumors. Once the soldiers of Luxembourg lose their morale and their confidence in the Valkyrie. Morale, humans are amazing. As expected of the vice-commander. Likelud was a little excited at first, but he immediately realized his slip of the tongue. Don't worry, Likelud. Ryan's tone was as calm as ever. Before the title of Poison Fang, he was always called a defective. Thinking of this, Ryan laughed self-deprecatingly. Unlike the other Dark Knights who were completely baptized by the power of darkness and only retained their knowledge and memories, but forgot the other memories of when they were born as a human. After becoming the favorite of the Dragon of Disaster, Ryan still retained some memories of his time as a human, but these memories were still very vague and had no connection with each other. Perhaps it was the mercy of the Dragon of Disaster, or some higher-ups who were interested in Ryan as a defective product, but he was not disposed of at that time. Instead, he was incorporated into the army of Taze, who was in the same batch as him. He started as a low-level soldier and became part of the great wave of expansion in Madara. In one battle after another, Ryan was lucky enough to survive. He relied on his own strength to gradually accumulate military achievements, and then he was promoted. Finally, he was recognized by the higher-ups as a Dark Knight and became the vice commander of the Night Rattlesnakes. His identity as a defective product was gradually forgotten. However, there were always some who were not convinced by Ryan's identity as a defective product and provoked him. He also restored these challengers to the original power of darkness in public and private duels. When did I start to be called Poison Fang? Just as Ryan was deep in thought, suddenly countless images and information entered his mind. Damn it, it's coming again. Although he was used to the sudden dizziness, he still felt very uncomfortable. Unlike usual, the images were very coherent and the information was very clear. The pungent smell of rotting flesh and blood woke Ryan, who was on the verge of death. Just as he was trying to understand what had happened, Lord Gilab, there are 2 human knights who are still alive. A hollow voice sounded in his ears. Pft, 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 pft. Not bad, not bad. This one is not bad. Pft, he has the potential to become a Dark Knight. Hermione, looks like I'll have to reward you when we get back. Where's the other one? Lead the way. Another piercing voice sounded in the distance. Over here, Lord Gilab, the hollow voice said. This one is not bad either. Bastard, isn't this person dying? Another piercing voice suddenly yelled. Huh? I'm still alive? Am I dying? Ryan was finally able to sort out the information he had received. Ugh, my whole body hurts. Where am I? Who am I? Alive? What have I been through? Ah, my head hurts. I'm very sorry, Lord Gilab. This person has suffered too many injuries. The most serious wound is on his chest. If I didn't see this person's flame of life flickering, would have converted him. Do you want to kill him? Kill? Ah, hurry up and kill me. If I die, I won't feel the piercing pain all over my body, right? No, no, no. Don't kill him first. How can we let such an interesting thing go? The piercing voice hurriedly said. Hermione, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and prepare the dark ritual. The most advanced kind. I want to turn this person into a Dark Knight. But this person's body can't possibly withstand the baptism of the dark force. Why don't we convert him into an undead knight? I don't need your opinion. You just need to hurry up and prepare. If it succeeds, how will things develop in the future? Pfft, I'm looking forward to it. With this last laugh, Ryan's consciousness gradually faded away. Damn it, so it's that bastard who likes to play with bones and souls. See if I don't chop him into ashes the next time I see him. Ryan, who had finally recovered from his memories, couldn't help but curse. Also, what about before that? Who was I before that? Who was that figure that kept appearing in my consciousness? Damn it, I don't have enough information. General, what's wrong? Seeing his vice commander suddenly become agitated and even start cursing, Likelud couldn't help but ask. This was the first time he had seen his vice commander curse since he joined Poison Fang. In the past, whenever the vice commander encountered a problem, he would either argue with reason or speak with his sword. He had never cursed like this before. It's nothing. I just remembered that the quality of the soldiers Gilab provided to our corps was too low. Go gather your men and prepare to go to the next place. This sentence made Likelud completely dumbfounded. When was the last time Gilab provided soldiers? 5 years ago. But since the order had been given, it had to be carried out. In Night Rattlesnake, disobeying military orders was no joke. After his subordinates left, Ryan calmed down his chaotic emotions and prepared to leave. However, he heard a faint cry. At first, he thought that he had misheard, but when he sensed the direction of the cry, he could feel a faint flame of life. Is it a living human? But it's impossible for my subordinates to make such a mistake. Ryan thought as he probed in the direction of the flame of life. Sure enough, he found a baby wrapped in cloth under a woman's corpse. Perhaps this woman wanted to protect her child before she died. A human baby? No wonder my subordinates didn't discover it. The flame of life emitted by this life is too weak. Ryan muttered as he drew the sword at his waist. He raised his sword. The blood-red longsword seemed to have sucked blood, emitting a demonic glow under the half-moon sky. He stabbed downwards. The tip of the sword should have pierced through the baby's neck, but it stopped in front of the skin that was slightly pale due to the cold. What am I hesitating for? Ryan looked at his hands in surprise. It's just a weak flame of life. Even a stronger flame of life can be easily extinguished by me. But now I can't do it? Ryan kept asking himself. Stop joking. I'm Poison Fang of Rattlesnake. With this loud roar, Ryan raised the long sword in his hand again. This time, he swung it downwards. Damn it. Seeing his sword cut into the ground next to the baby, he cursed loudly again. Isn't it just because I saw some of my past as a human? Why can't I kill a human? Ryan repeated the process of raising his sword and swinging it down, but every strike missed the baby by a hair's breadth. Ha! 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 Perhaps it was because the baby saw a fun toy dangling beside it, but it actually stopped crying and laughed. Even you are laughing at me? That's right, Ryan Javier, who is known as Poison Fang, can't even kill a baby. Ryan put away his sword helplessly. He was about to turn around and ride his horse to leave. It's not like it's going to be eaten by wild dogs, or it's going to die from the cold or starvation. He turned around and looked at the weak life on the ground again. Forget it. He suddenly took the spear from the saddle and stabbed it into the ground. Then, he lifted it up. The cloth bag that wrapped the baby drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed firmly in the hands of the knight on the horse. If Gilab sees this... Ryan didn't dare to continue thinking about it. He took a piece of cloth from the cloak behind him and tied the baby in his arms. Little guy, I'll let you go this time. I'll send you to the humans and you'll become a knight in the future. Then, I'll use these 2 hands of mine to tear your head off. As if he had made up his mind, Ryan tightened his grip on the reins. Let's go, old friend. Let's go to Luxembourg. Ryan jumped off his horse and galloped towards Luxembourg. The sky in the east was already turning bright. Looking into the distance, one could already see Luxembourg Fortress sitting cross-legged on the banks of the Rhine River like a giant beast. Ryan used his free hand to reach into his arms. The baby seemed to be sleeping soundly. He could feel the baby's weak body temperature through the cold handguard. This is really not like me. Just as Ryan was mocking himself, a crisp female voice rang in his ears. No, this is you, Ryan. Who is it? Although Ryan's mind was disturbed by the incident just now, as a high-grade Dark Knight, he would definitely not let anyone get close without him noticing. Hee, Ryan, have you forgotten about me? I'm very sad. But it's no wonder. After all, it's been 40 years. Hey, Ryan, do you still remember the promise we made back then? Just as Ryan was searching around, the voice rang in his ears again. Promise? What are you talking about? Ah, so you've forgotten about that as well. Then come, Ryan. Open your heart. Auntie will help you remember. Auntie. Auntie. Auntie? Ah. Just as Ryan was thinking about this strange yet familiar name, an even more intense pain than before spread from his heart to his entire body. His consciousness started to blur. Black gas could be seen seeping out from the armor and disappearing into the air. Ryan, I heard that you've joined the guards. Congratulations. Thank you, Auntie. This is one step closer to reviving the Javier family. The next step is to build a foundation. I heard that Madara, Javier. Family? What's wrong? Auntie. No, it's nothing. Oh yeah, come to my house for dinner today. Ryan, what's wrong? Why did Uncle Martin ask everyone to gather? Don't panic. It's just that Madara is invading the borders as usual. Let's just stay in Fortress Reden for a few days. But I can't calm down. I just can't calm down. It's alright, Auntie. Trust Uncle Martin's judgment. Also, trust me. The Butchie guards will protect everyone. Ryan, why? Didn't you say that it's alright? Why did everyone die? The bearded uncle next door, the auntie in the bakery, and why? I'm sorry, Ryan. I was too agitated just now. Auntie, I'm going to patrol with Taze later. This is for you. Ah, isn't this the Javier family's short sword? Why did you suddenly give this to me? Ha, ha, ha ha ha. So that's how it is. As the intense pain slowly subsided, the memories were cut off. What have I done all these years? I wanted to become a knight. I swore to protect everyone. Damn it. At least, this kid. Ryan, who had made up his mind, got off the horse and patted its neck. Let's go, old man. From now on, I'll walk on my own. The horse that had always obeyed him suddenly disobeyed his master's order and stood there motionlessly. Left with no choice, Ryan could only use his power of darkness to force his old partner to leave. Next, it's my turn. Ryan turned and walked towards Luxembourg as he watched the warhorse leave. Chapter 2. In Another World. Author, Marshall Holy Dragon. Early in the morning, the sun shines on the earth again, and it also illuminates a young man who is still lazing in bed in a certain bedroom. The dazzling sun shines on his face, dispelling the lazy young man's thoughts of continuing to sleep. Really, why is the sun so punctual every day? Skipping work once in a while shows how important you are. Grumbling, the young man has no choice but to get up and put on his clothes, then he goes to the bathroom to freshen up. Well, since the owner is not here, let's take a look at this room. The room is about 40 square meters, and there is a comfortable small bed against the wall. The wall is covered with posters, most of which are scantily clad beauties. On the left side of the bed is a large bookshelf, filled with manga and novels with beautiful girl covers. From the conclusion, this should be a young man with a normal sexual orientation. Of course, it's better not to look at the H-book hidden under the bed. Opposite the bed is a large optical computer game cabin, about 1 meter tall, covering an area of 5 square meters. People can lie inside and connect to the virtual photon network through a neural connection device for communication and entertainment. This is also the main form of entertainment for people in the 30th century. Compared to the crowded real world, the virtual community provides a place for people to rest, not to mention the rich and colorful games. The pure white shell of the game cabin is written with flamboyant words, the Amber Sword, indicating that it is a gift from a lucky draw. It is said that the account bound to the game cabin has a variety of mysterious gifts to choose from randomly. This is also a product designed by the developer Thunderstorm to increase the popularity of the game. With the sound of the door opening, a black-haired teenager with half a piece of bread in his mouth walked in. His name was Holy Dragon. Of course, this was the name in the game. After all, in the novel, the real name had to be masked. Otherwise, he would be charged with invading other people's privacy and would be beeped first, then beeped, and finally beeped. Beep means that the sound had been muted. So let's just call him Holy Dragon. I believe that no one will mind. So much digression, now let's get to the main story. What? He had said so much, but it was all nonsense. Brothers, let's beat him up. Because the author was beaten up by angry readers for excessive delay, the following will be from a first-person perspective. Slowly gnawing the half-piece of bread in my mouth, I sat in the photon game cabin. Feeling the comfortable back of the chair, I couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction. As expected of a custom-made gaming cabin, so comfortable. Then, I picked up the single-chip interface device and attached it to my ear. Turning on the power source, the originally bright gaming cabin instantly turned pitch black. The only thing I could hear was the constant sound of system notifications. Power up, normal, iris detection, normal, body condition scan, normal, game login beginning. Successful login. The moment I finished speaking, the originally pitch-black world welcomed light. With me as the center, a golden circle of light began to spread in all directions. In the originally silent space, there was also sound. It was a hymn of life and light. The melody was elegant and noble. Even though I had heard it countless times before, I still chose to close my eyes and listen to it again. When I opened my eyes again, what greeted my eyes was a majestic painting. Around me was a pure white void. The only thing that existed was an altar floating in the void. Distributed on the base of the altar were 12 symmetrical white round pillars. There were intricate patterns carved on them. White roses bloomed all around, representing holiness and nobility. In the center of the altar stood a golden stone tablet that pierced the heavens. It was engraved with beautiful and complicated patterns and stripes, appearing mysterious and solemn. Beside the altar, there was a long flight of stairs that extended upwards towards the end of the heavens. The altar in front of me had a beautiful name, Hero's Temple. It was the resurrection point for all players who chose the light faction. When you died in the game and no one revived you, your soul would return here. After 3 hours of cooldown in real life, you could enter the game again. When you died more than a certain number of times, you would have to create a new character. Of course, this was the same for the Dark faction. However, their resurrection point was the Frozen Throne. Every time I came here, there was a kind of shock that I couldn't describe. I just felt that there was a kind of feeling that warmed my heart. Perhaps, this was the kind of pure feeling that moved me. However, I didn't have the time to feel moved. The battle yesterday was too intense. I didn't know how many people died on our side. Those Madara bastards were too many. No matter how hard we fought, they couldn't kill them. In the end, I died too. What a tragedy. Thinking of this, I quickly opened the stats window and looked at my status. A faint set of data appeared on my arms, thighs, joints, body, and heart. Strength 21, Agility 13, Vitality 20. Then, another set of data appeared, floating in the air like a ghost. Intelligence 13, Willpower 10, Wisdom 11. Absolute Strength 30, Elemental Factor, Intimidating Aura, Mortals shall grovel at your feet. Under this set of data, lines of words and numbers flowed down like a waterfall, forming an illusory page. Character name, Divine Dragon Class, Special Template Young Red Dragon Level, 102, the passage of time has caused the power and the bloodline to awaken. XP. Asterisk 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 asterisk, Young Dragon, Young Dragon, Young Dragon, 3121. HP, to be resurrected 98%, remaining time, 005, 24. Well, looking at the stats, it really was a hidden race. It was much stronger than the average person. Other than the huge amount of experience required to level up, everything else was good. After wiping off the saliva, I compared the time and hurried to the stairs to prepare for the resurrection. Temple of Heroes, resurrected by walking up the stairs. Of course, before the time was up, you would never be able to walk to the end. Thinking about the game, I couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Madara's scum were too strong. They established an absolute advantage in the early stages and beat us to a pulp. For example, yesterday in the mountains of Orgash, we fought an ambush with Madara's scum. That scene was really intense. On the ground and in the sky, there were people fighting each other. The situation was originally very favorable, but, God's force, awesome people directly stabbed into their hearts. Who would have thought that, Fire of the Thorns, who was originally in charge of the rear, would be so weak that he was directly attacked? In the end, I was bitten to death by 7 bone dragons while I was protecting my teammates. I didn't know if they escaped or not. Just as I was thinking, a system notification popped up. Frowny face, your friend, Slothful One, has sent you a call request. Connect. Divine Dragon, have you resurrected yet? This guy's voice had a hint of a smile and a hint of pride. This bastard, wasn't it just a bet on who would die first? Did he have to be so happy? However, he was also one of my old friends in Golan Guards. Not yet, there are still a few minutes left. How are you guys doing? Oh, thanks to someone, we managed to escape halfway. But you are in trouble. Queen AI said that she will cut off your penis when you resurrect. Huh, you are on your own. What? My lower body felt cold. I thought I heard wrongly. Didn't you say that it was thanks to me? Why am I still the unlucky one? Well, Queen AI said that you are clearly her mount. Without her permission, you don't even have the right to die. She also said that the contract is still in her hands. If you break the contract, you will be her slave for 30 days. This bastard was obviously gloating over his misfortune. Ugh, this is my fault. That Queen AI is called Fairy AI. Don't be fooled by the name, she is actually a super black-bellied queen. When I first entered the game, I couldn't turn into a human yet. In order to prevent others from using me as an experience bag, I could only sneak into the forest to play hide and seek. In the end, a sweet-looking NPC girl came to me for help. I thought that she had received a hidden quest and stupidly signed many unfair contracts. Later on, I found out that she was actually a player and I regretted it so much. In the end, I became her mount. I could tank monsters but I didn't get any gold or items. I also didn't get any work injury insurance. This treatment was even worse than being a slave. Thinking about this, my eyes welled up with tears. I am a dragon but I only eat buns every day. Dragons have dragon rights too. It wasn't easy for me to grow to such a big size. Forget it, let's not think about this. Anyway, when the time comes, I will just run. However, I don't know what punishment I will get if I run. Thinking about Queen AI's crazy laughter, I shivered. What a tough life. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. I asked Fong. Then, who in our team died? This time, Fong replied rather straightforwardly, this time, many of the team's experts died. The team's chief infiltrator, Big L, was the first to discover that there was a problem at the back. In the end, he was blasted into ashes by a disintegrate spell. There was also Uncle Red. He directly activated Berserk and Whirlwind Strike and rushed into the pile of bones. At first, he was having a good time, but in the end, he was directly turned into ice shards by the two bone dragons. I was speechless. He was already in his 30s, yet he was still so impulsive. Ryan was also quite unlucky. He was killed by Finger of Death even after activating God's blessing. Even with such a low probability, he was still killed. Furthermore, he just came from St. Oka's and didn't set up a resurrection point yet. He just went back directly. Ugh, this was quite tragic. After activating God's blessing, the success rate of Finger of Death was too low. It might not even hit once in 1,000 times. Furthermore, he was a high-level holy knight. There was also parasitic fish. Originally, he wanted to use advanced invisibility to stab the lich in the back. In the end, he was unfortunately sucked dry by a withering spell and died. The most unlucky one was Sunken Shadow, the new little Shota. He was hit by a stun spell and was trampled to death by a dark mammoth. Even now, he is still crying in the group. I was speechless when I heard this. There was even such a way to die? That was too depressing. What a pitiful little Shota. He was probably traumatized. Oh right, 2 of our team died. I felt that Fong's voice had become gloomy. Was it my imagination? The queen and I also died. What? I was stunned when I heard this. I couldn't help but ask loudly, why couldn't the 2 of you escape? You were clearly stronger than me. It's the queen. The voice on the other side became strange. She insisted on saving you, and I couldn't stop her. In the end, I had no choice but to accompany her. You didn't see how stubborn she was. Really, you got lucky. Why didn't I understand? Damn, even Queen AI died this time. She must be venting her anger on me. Ah, my future is bleak. Ah, right, right. I felt that Fang's voice had deliberately become louder. Holy Dragon, do you remember the person who completed the silver rank quest by herself? Oh, it's that guy called Sophie, right? When he first heard the name, he almost laughed himself to death, especially when he was still a man. He remembered that Sophie was quite strong. What's wrong? He seems to have passed level 130, right? Yeah, but I don't think that person is here today. His friends said that the name doesn't exist anymore. Did he delete his account? Maybe he couldn't stand the name anymore? He was willing to delete a level 130 warrior account. Could he have transmigrated? Just kidding. It seems that the pressure of having this name is great. Seriously, one should be honest. At this time, the resurrection countdown had ended. A huge whirlpool appeared above the stairs of the Hero Temple. As long as I passed through it, I would be able to return to the game. I hurriedly ended the conversation with Fang and walked to the platform above the stairs. It's coming. I cheered myself on. This time, I must beat those scum back. I secretly activated my dragon form. Instantly, a sharp pain came. Many red magic runes appeared all over my body as if they were branded. Scorching hot air came out of my mouth. I felt like my body was about to melt. Sigh, this was the bad thing about hidden classes. The transformation process was too painful. Looking at the whirlpool that was spinning faster and faster, I didn't hesitate and jumped in. Madara, your grandpa's back. In the mountains of Orgish, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the originally calm sky. There was a flash of red light, followed by a roar that shook the sky. A huge beast began its journey again. Above the blue sky, there was a red light shining. That was a dragon flying. Chapter 3. The Eternal Slumber of the King Author. Marshal Xinglong Brando woke up from his dream with a sharp pain in his chest. He saw a curtain embroidered with luxurious patterns. He laid on his bed and stared at the ceiling that was decorated with murals through the curtain. He did not say a word. I finally saw that dream again. I thought I had forgotten about it. But it's great to be able to dream about it now. At the moment when his life is coming to an end. Ryan. He opened his mouth slowly and spoke with a tired and hoarse voice, "Help me up." "Yes, my king." The loyal knight who had been standing by the side came forward and dressed the king who was at the end of his life. Then, he quietly retreated behind him. Brando looked at himself in the mirror. Although his body was still tall and straight, he was faintly showing signs of weakness. His skin was also a little pale. It seems like the cold poison has penetrated deep into my bones. I'm not far from death. Although Brando had already come to this conclusion, he was not afraid at all. He was no longer afraid of embracing death. In fact, he wanted to indulge in death for a long time. Ryan. Brando stood there for a long time and said to the loyal knight behind him, "Accompany me for a walk." After that, he walked out of the room without looking back. Ryan's whole body trembled, but he immediately took a deep breath and followed closely behind. After walking out of the room, they appeared in the courtyard of the palace. Since it was close to winter, there was only a layer of withered grass on the ground. There were also a few shrubs that hung down their necks. It looked especially bleak under the dusk. However, the two who were walking on the path did not care about the scenery at all. Instead, they were talking softly. "Ryan, I just had a dream. It was a sweet dream. It was so beautiful that it made me indulge in it. It was so beautiful that I thought it really existed. Indulging in illusions is not what a wise king should do, Your Majesty." Ryan acted as a strict admonisher as usual. You're right, Ryan. You're always right. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to walk the path of a king. Brenda teased softly. "It's my honor to serve you, Your Majesty." Ryan's tone was still indifferent, but there was a hint of sobbing in his voice. The Smartham had already guessed something. You're always so wise and humble, my most loyal knight. Brendel's voice became softer, but I'm tired. Even if it's me, there will be a day when I fall. The knight, who had remained calm all this while, finally could not take it anymore. Ryan knelt down on one knee and said in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, please don't say that. The people of Erewhon cannot live without you. Please be strong. Don't reminisce about the pain of the past. As long as you let go of the past, you will soon be able to. The knight was choked with sobs. Stand up, Ryan. After a long silence, Brando's voice sounded again. From now on, I am no longer your king. Standing in front of you is a pitiful man who has lost his soul long ago. Although Ryan did not want to get up, he grabbed his shoulder with one hand. Even though he was seriously injured, Brando's strength was still extremely powerful. With just one hand, Ryan could not resist and had to slowly get up. They stopped in a room deep in the courtyard. The room was surrounded by thick walls, and there was only a huge iron door in front of them. However, even with the thick walls separating them, the cold air still seeped out, making them shiver. Brendel pushed open the iron door, and a huge amount of cold air roared out, causing their clothes to flutter violently. Gradually, the cold wind subsided, and a dark entrance was revealed. The two of them stared into the darkness. Finally, Brando slowly exhaled and said, From now on, I will leave Erewhon to you. Ryan, you are different from me. You will definitely become a wise king. The loyal knight wanted to open his mouth several times, but no words came out. He could only clench his teeth and shiver to prevent the sadness in his heart from gushing out. Ryan, you will listen, right? The king's voice became firm and hard to refuse. Yes, my king. I will listen to all your orders. It is my honor. Ryan knelt on one knee and finally made a promise. Because the king's orders could not be refused. If that's the case, then I am relieved. Brando walked in and disappeared into the darkness. The last words he said to the knight beside him came from afar, I have always believed in you, Ryan. As the door slowly closed, the knight's heart-wrenching scream echoed outside the wall. Unfortunately, that person could no longer hear it. Between the ice coffins, was the name of this ice room. Looking around, the room, including the ceiling, was covered with ice crystals. The blue halo was reflected by the ice, illuminating the stairs deep in the room. On the flat ground above the stairs, there were two ice coffins. Through the thick layer of ice, one could vaguely see the beautiful figures inside. Following the stairs, there was a small path that could only be walked by one person. There was also a figure moving forward on the path. It was Brando. However, he didn't look well at the moment. Ever since he entered the room, his body had been constantly emitting waves of cold air. At the moment, most of his body had already been covered in ice chips. His face was ashen, but his eyes were blooming with a fiery light. I once had a dream. I thought I could change history. I once had a dream. I thought this was a gift from fate. But I was wrong. It was just a trap that made people fall deeper into despair. As the cold air became stronger, the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Even the small path was beginning to be covered by ice. However, Brando did not care. His feverish eyes were still chasing after the thing on the stairs. Although his steps became staggered and his breathing became rapid, he did not stop walking. The living, the living. The road turned into a river of ice. There were no seasons in life. Only the cold winter in the wilderness would freeze the blood and tears that seeped out into ice. Finally, Brando walked up the stairs. Although his speed became slower and slower, he was full of strength as he climbed up the stairs. However, when he reached the last step, Brando's figure stopped. He sat down with his back against the ice coffin. He allowed the ice to cover his body, but he did not move at all. Ah, I had that dream again yesterday. In the dream, you are still by my side. What a mesmerizing dream. Ah, I didn't live well. I'm sorry. I didn't protect this country well. I'm sorry. I didn't fulfill my promise with you. I'm sorry. But, without you, I'm really lonely. Exhaling the last breath in his body, the king of Erewhon finally entered a sweet dream with pain all over his body. In the same year, Maralda broke into the Erewhon kingdom and opened the prelude to the Dark Age. Bad end. Chapter 4. The Autobiography of Ben Fett by Titanium Bear. My name is Ben Fett, and I was born into one of the Buga wizarding families. Wizards are supposed to be thin and weak. However, my people are all tall and strong. My ancestors were warriors, and they came here as wizards' guards. It was only after they came to Buga that they switched to magic. This was also used by other wizards to prove that wizards were better than warriors. That's why the Fett family's emblem is a fierce but smart brown bear. Although my people don't look like wizards, they are very strong in magic. Otherwise, my family wouldn't be known as the sixth wizarding family in Buga. Buga was the home of wizards. The wizards here were only interested in studying magic, unlike the necromancers in Madara who were obsessed with territory and power. Although there were many excellent wizards in both places, to the Buga wizards, magic was their everything. They loved magic, used it everywhere, and learned all kinds of knowledge in order to make better use of magic. This was how rune creatures were made. Making a rune creature required not only magic, but also craftsmanship and metallurgy. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that Buga wizards were all-rounders. Apart from studying magic and making better use of it, Buga wizards rarely spent their time on other things. There was no scheming between Buga wizards, and open magic duels were a common occurrence. Wizards would never hide anything from their disciples, because those who did would be ridiculed by their peers, who would say that they could only protect their own status by hiding something from others. Even if there were differences in perception, the Buga adepts would use facts to prove their theories instead of engaging in meaningless arguments. It was because the wizards here only focused on magic that they were all very strong. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were monsters. However, the Buga civilians living around these monsters were the happiest civilians in Wonde. These wizards didn't care about anything other than magic, so they collected less taxes. Heavy taxes were troublesome, and wizards didn't need that kind of money anyway. In addition, during a disaster year, the sorcerer would use magic to change the weather to alleviate the disaster. If it really couldn't be alleviated, the sorcerer would directly exempt the sorcerer from taxes and would also help the victims. This was because most wizards were afraid of trouble. If too many people starved to death in their territory, it would be even more troublesome. Also, Buga wizards thought that they were better than ordinary nobles who didn't know magic. If the people in their territory couldn't live in peace and contentment, they would be laughed at by their peers. They would say that they were worse than nobles who didn't know magic. Of course, there are many kind-hearted magi. My family is a kind-hearted magus family. The children of Buga wizarding families grew up surrounded by books. Every Buga wizarding family had an amazingly large library filled with all kinds of books. Their parents were so busy with magic research that sometimes they would even forget that they had children and spend very little time with them. However, these parents rarely poured cold water on their children and allowed their children to have different opinions. In addition, these children had nothing else to do other than focus on learning magic. Therefore, there were many young and promising wizards in Buga. I was one of them, and because of my family's heritage, I was given the title of beginner wizard Buga at the age of 18. This was a title that most wizards could only get when they were in their 20s or 30s. In fact, the reason why I got the title so quickly was because of the help of my magic pet, Bat. Wizards needed to be in a good state of mind to make breakthroughs in magic, just like how a warrior couldn't practice swordsmanship with a high fever. Therefore, wizards needed to have a good rest. My bat helped me chase away mosquitoes at night so that I could have a good sleep. A good sleep meant a good state of mind. That was why my magic had improved so much. Anyway, I got the title of wizard, and now I was going to start my family's traditional adventure. A wizard who hasn't gone through the trials of life and death would never be able to reach a high level in magic. Plus, I hadn't been out of the house for more than 10 years, so I was looking forward to the adventure. My parents also stopped their research and focused on preparing the items for my adventure. The adventure items were ready. Among them was the family's traditional steel staff that could be turned into a spear. There was a mechanism on the staff, and when pressed, the petal-shaped ornament on the staff would turn into a spear head. It would also wrap the spell-enhancing gemstone in the stamen. There was also a 3-meter-tall special gargoyle that looked like the dragon I liked. It was so strong that it could carry me on its back and fly. There was also a 3-meter-tall iron guard that held a tower shield and a huge sword. Although its speed was slow, its legs were enchanted with magic that could double its speed for a short period of time. Iron men usually didn't have weapons because mages didn't know how to use swords, so they couldn't teach magic puppets. However, there were people in my family who were magic warriors. There was also a small puppet dragon that was used as a mount. It looked like a lizard, and there was a window behind the leather seat on its back. After the window was closed, there was a cabin that could shelter a person from the wind and rain. It was enough for a person to lie down and sleep in. It was like a carriage with 4 legs, a head, and a tail. I wouldn't be afraid of wind or rain, and I could even enjoy the scenery outside. The gargoyle, Iron Man, and puppet dragon were all intelligent, so even if I let them act alone, I wouldn't have to worry about anything going wrong. There were also a few magic accessories for emergencies and a bunch of miscellaneous daily necessities. Of course, the daily necessities were all stored in the dimensional pocket. A few days later, I put on a brand new robe and set out. There was a pocket in the robe where my pet bat lived. I relied on it to chase away mosquitoes when I was outside. However, things went wrong as soon as the adventure started. My 3 followers and I entered the teleportation circle of my family and teleported to a nearby city. In the end, the teleportation circle sent me to a forest. In order to figure out what the problem was, I checked the 3 followers. I found that there was a problem with the puppet dragon. The magic on its body interfered with the teleportation circle. In the end, I was teleported to an unknown place. Fortunately, I was sure that I didn't go to another plane. My parents must have made a mistake while making the puppet dragon. I fixed the problem with the puppet dragon. Fortunately, the forest was also very beautiful, so I decided to start my adventure here. I walked in the forest for a day. Although I relied on my compass to make sure that I didn't lose my way, I still couldn't get out of the forest. Although I knew that it was impossible to walk out of the forest in a day, I still couldn't get out. However, it was my first time going out so far, so I was still afraid. Seeing that the sky was dark, I could only make a bonfire to keep warm. The bonfire was indeed very warm, and I fell asleep in a daze. However, I was awakened in the middle of the night. When I woke up, I saw a bear fighting with my 3 guards. I curiously watched the battle. The bear was smarter than a human. It could always dodge the attacks of my 3 guards. However, the bear suddenly broke away from my 3 guards and pounced on me. I couldn't dodge in time and was bitten on the arm. Then, a sharp pain spread from the bitten arm to the rest of my body. Soon, I fainted from the pain and lost consciousness. When I woke up, it was already the next morning. The pain was gone, but I felt different from before. All my senses were more sensitive. I could clearly hear sounds dozens of meters away. My myopia was also better. The heavy metal staff felt lighter. While I was wondering, a man dressed as a hunter came out of the forest. He told me that he was the bear that bit me yesterday. In order to prove his words, he took off his clothes and turned into a half-man, half-bear monster. I was surprised to learn that he turned me into a werbear by biting me. Moreover, the werewolves that mothers in Wonde used to scare their children were our kind. After a deep conversation with this guy, I learned that his name was Aaron. He was from Erewhon, and his profession was a forest ranger. I also learned that most werbeasts were kind. Of course, there were also a few who were evil. They were the ones who ruined the reputation of werbeasts, making werbeasts become villains in folklore. If a werbeast lost the battle against their wild nature during a full moon, they would turn into an animal and bite others to increase their numbers. However, They would be driven by their wild nature and bite others to increase their numbers. Most werbeasts didn't like to increase their numbers by biting others. They would go to the forest during a full moon to avoid biting others. Aaron was the same. However, he happened to meet me when I was lost in the forest. In short, I was very unlucky. However, Aaron said that in order to compensate for turning me into a werebear, he would teach me how to control and use the werebear's power. At this point, I could only accept Aaron's teachings. Thus, for the next month, I focused on Aaron's teachings. Aaron was a good teacher. Not only did he teach me how to use the werebear's power, he also taught me how to differentiate between plants and animals, how to get along with animals, how to survive in the wild, and how to live in harmony with nature. I also learned that werbeasts could change into human form. Werbeasts could also communicate with bears in their bear form and werebear form. I had the rare ability to transform into a werbeast. I could only transform into a part of my body. Aaron also introduced his bear friend to me. I also invented a more effective way to steal honey from bees. Thus, I practiced wrestling with bears all day long to practice controlling the werebear's power. However, the peaceful days passed quickly. Through the bat's investigation, I discovered a necromancer with a lot of skeletons roaming around the forest. Although I learned from Aaron that I was at the border between Erewhon and Madara, from the map that Aaron gave me, I was definitely active in Erewhon. It must be the greedy undead of Madara invading Erewhon. I didn't think that I would be involved in a war. However, at this point, even if I had nothing to do with Erewhon, the necromancer would definitely not let me go. Thus, I called Aaron, 3 of his rune followers, and a few bear friends to come up with a plan to eliminate the necromancer. The plan was to use me as bait to attract the necromancer's attention. Then, the other companions would rush over to surround and kill the necromancer and his army. In the end, the plan went smoothly. Although the necromancer tied my hands and interrogated me, I, who had the werebear's power, quickly cut the rope with my bear claws. However, the necromancer was killed by my bear paw and not by magic. At that time, I couldn't control my body to use magic. Later, after experimenting, I understood what was going on. If the enemy was within my reach, my bear nature would control my body and enter a melee state. At that time, I couldn't use magic. However, I couldn't do anything about it. At that time, if I used my rationality to stop my bear nature, it would give the enemy too much time to prepare. Fortunately, my strength was great, and the enemy wouldn't think that a necromancer would take the initiative to engage in a melee. This time, there were many spoils of war. In addition to a few magic accessories, some black magic books, and the necromancer's diary. From it, we knew that Madara did invade Erewhon, but this guy really did get lost in the forest and came here. Aaron gave me the necromancer's things and a magic necklace. The pendant of the necklace was a bear tooth that Aaron had replaced. It was enchanted by his druid friend, and this necklace could be used to communicate with animals once a day. After that, I bid farewell to Aaron and set off towards Erewhon. On the way, I counted the necromancer's things, but I was most interested in the black magic books. These black magic books actually included all the black magic from beginner to advanced. My curiosity was aroused, and I wanted to learn black magic, but I hesitated. Although studying black magic wasn't taboo in Byuga, because the Byuga necromancers were all research fanatics. If possible, the Byuga necromancers would steal Martha's skirt and study it, let alone study black magic. The Byuga government also set up a black magic research institute, but they could only use animals as experimental materials. The only result of this research institute was that the people in the institute no longer wanted to eat meat. At that time, someone joked that when the Byuga government was in financial difficulties, all the government officials should visit this research institute. It was guaranteed that they could save half of the food expenses. However, my family had never studied black magic. If I did, I might risk being chased by my father. However, it didn't take long for me to succumb to my thirst for knowledge and curiosity. I sat on the puppet dragon as we traveled while learning black magic. But when I was studying black magic, I remembered that I had a self-made device on my body. The shape was an inconspicuous hemispherical black metal block the size of an egg. This device was invented by a Bugha necromancer who studied black magic. This invention won the highest achievement award. This invention was similar to a lich's phylactery. It could be used to create undead and store souls. After storing souls, this device could be placed into the body of the undead. The soul stored inside could freely control the body connected to the device. What was even more amazing was that this device could be removed and placed in another body at any time. This device called phylactery caused the creation of lich construct in Bugha, and that necromancer was one of them. Moreover, this phylactery was actually a six-legged construct beetle. This thing could run, but this beetle only had vision and couldn't speak. It didn't even have hands, so the soul inside it couldn't use magic. Unless the soul could cast spells silently, or cast spells silently. But I wasn't sure if this phylactery I made would work. Also, this phylactery I made lacked the final step of adding black magic. So, in order to pass the time and experiment with the new black magic I learned, I spent some time to complete this phylactery. But I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to use it for the rest of my life. However, Martha seemed to be joking with me. Just as I was thinking about this while sitting on the back of the puppet dragon, an Erewhon wyvern knight suddenly appeared. The mount of an Erewhon wyvern knight was a distant relative of the dragon's. Its appearance was exactly the same as a dragon, but it was much smaller. It couldn't use dragon breath and its intelligence was much lower. It fell from the sky and landed in front of me. The knight and his mount were covered in arrows. They looked like hedgehogs. I hurried over. When the bloodied knight saw me, he forced himself to sit up and gave me an iron cylinder. He said that it was the information he wanted me to give to an officer in Erewhon. Then, he fainted. It was obvious that he was a scout. I realized that this guy was definitely going to die. Although I had the health recovery holy water with me, it couldn't save him because there were 3 arrows in his heart. As expected, he died after a short while. That guy's wyvern was in a similar situation. However, that wyvern was larger than an ordinary wyvern. Thus, the damage caused by the arrows was less. It could still live for a while. However, from the wyvern's eyes, I could see anger at the death of the knight and the desire to take revenge for the knight. That kind of heartfelt emotion was enough to shock the heart of any creature. However, there was nothing I could do. I could only watch this noble creature die like its master. Just as I was at a loss, I saw the phylactery I was holding in my hand. A bold idea came to my mind. Perhaps I could revive a wyvern into an undead, but what would it become? With my current level of black magic, I could only summon skeletons and zombies. Zombies were negligible. Wyverns were speed-type warriors. When a living creature turned into a zombie, its speed would decrease. Skeletons were fine. Although they looked thin, their defense against arrows would increase. Moreover, after being purified by darkness, their strength would surpass that of the original living creature. I used the animal communication skill attached to the necklace to tell the wyvern my idea. The wyvern immediately agreed. Right now, it only wanted to take revenge for its master. In order to take revenge, it would do anything. First, I used the phylactery to store the wyvern's soul. Then, I revived the wyvern's corpse into a skeleton wyvern. Finally, I placed the phylactery into the skeleton wyvern's skull. Fortunately, the phylactery I made worked as usual. The wyvern quickly regained control of its body. However, the process sounded easy. In fact, I suffered greatly. It was my first time transferring a soul, and it was my first time summoning an undead. Moreover, I had to revive such a large creature. I was mentally exhausted. During the process, I had to drink 2 bottles of magic potion that could quickly recover my mana. The magic potion that could quickly recover one's mana was not only expensive, but it also tasted disgusting. There was a saying among the wizards, if you drink a bottle of magic potion, you will have to eat 1 less meal. Now, I felt that I wouldn't be able to eat anything tomorrow. The disgusting effect of the 2 bottles of magic potion must have been stacked. While I was still feeling disgusted, the skeleton wyvern had already dug a grave for its master. I gathered my spirits and called 3 of my rune followers to help me. After the grave was dug, I used magic to make a tombstone for the knight. However, I quickly dug up the corpse and used black magic to embalm the corpse. After that, I wrapped the corpse in a cloth and tied it to my puppet dragon. I suddenly realized that I couldn't just bury this knight so carelessly. I should hand the corpse over to his family or comrades. After that, I spent an entire day to purify the skeletal wyvern of darkness. The wyvern also told me the whole story of what had happened. It turned out that the wyvern and its knight were too unlucky. They were sent out to scout the enemy's situation. Coincidentally, there was a skeleton squadron led by a necromancer stationed in the forest next to the river bank where they stopped to rest. As a result, they were caught off guard and turned into hedgehogs. It wasn't easy for them to escape. If I wanted to avenge the wyvern, I would have to deal with those disgusting undead again. However, I defeated an undead army led by a necromancer. What's more, an undead army led by a necromancer was nothing. Thus, I set off the next morning. Ben Fett's butterfly effect. Ben Fett was revered as a great sage by the later generations, not because of his great contributions to magic, but because of the butterfly effect that caused Bugha to become truly prosperous. Ben Fett's bear golem received the highest achievement award. Ben Fett said that the secret to his success was that he was a beastman. This secret made the Bugha government decide to give beastmen Bugha citizenship to attract beastmen to Bugha, so that some wizards could become beastmen and make better beast golems. When the Holy Church heard that the Bugha Academy wanted to give beastmen citizenship, they were furious and broke off diplomatic relations with Bugha. A large number of beastmen poured into Bugha. They found that there was a large forest for them to live in. The wizard lord also seemed to be very kind and the people lived and worked in peace. All of this made the beastmen, who were used to being scurrying rats, very satisfied. However, not long after, there were wizards who begged the beastmen to bite them. The beastmen began to think that the wizards were crazy. After knowing the whole story, they fulfilled the wizards' request. The beastmen didn't like power and scheming. With their beastly nature, they were very easy to satisfy. Like the Bugha wizards, they spent their time on self-cultivation. Compared to the wizards who fought alone, the beastmen paid more attention to teamwork. Moreover, most of them were mercenaries and had a deep understanding of military affairs. Among the beastmen, most of the rat men were rogues. Due to their physical advantages, they were known as the best scouts and assassins. The boar were the strongest barbarians, good at charging. The wargen were the best warriors and archers, good at advancing in infantry formations and good at teamwork. The tiger men and bear men were the majority of the warriors. There were also some rangers and druids, good at fighting alone and in small groups. The Bugha wizard army's fighting strength was terrible because the wizards didn't like to study military affairs. They had the best wizards and a powerful golem army, but they didn't know how to work together. When the beastmen came, they discovered the problem with the Bugha army, so they helped the Bugha wizards build a strong army. The Bugha wizards found that the beastmen were better at military affairs, so they directly gave the Bugha military power to the beastmen. Thus, the Bugha built a strong army made up of beastmen, construct creatures, and wizards. The beastmen also found their self-respect and began to accept volunteers to join the beastmen army. After the Holy Church faction and Madara's undead began a large-scale war. The Bugha wizards increased their research on black magic and ordered all wizards to understand black magic even if they didn't have to learn it. The beastmen also began to train their undead army. After the Holy Church faction was defeated by Madara, after the protagonist's transmigration, they asked the Academy faction for help. The Academy faction knew that without the lips, the teeth would be cold. They sent a strong expeditionary force into the Holy Church faction's territory to deal with Madara. The two armies exchanged fire, and Madara found that the way to deal with the Holy Church faction's army was completely different from the way they dealt with the beastmen, golem, and wizards. First of all, the beastmen's first consideration in a battle was whether or not they could fight to their heart's content. Injuries would only make them more ferocious. Their beastly nature made them feel no fear in battle, so the necromancer's decay and other black magic were basically useless against them. Moreover, the beastman's strength was at least much greater than the skeleton's, and a single blow could kill a skeleton. The beastmen were also not afraid of the dark, and the necromancer's veil of darkness could not fool the beastmen's noses, which were more sensitive than their eyes. Thus, a scene like this appeared. The beastmen easily defeated the skeletons, and the necromancers tried their best to cast decay, but only caused some minor injuries to the beastmen. In the blink of an eye, a few beastmen were in front of the necromancers. The necromancers used their bone staffs to block and found that the beastmen's strength was about the same as their own. They wanted to use Veil of Darkness to escape, but it could not fool the beastmen's noses. They could only watch as they were chopped into pieces. Just as the beastmen disrupted Madara's formation, the wizards controlled the golem army and pressed forward. The necromancers could not gain any advantage against the Buga wizards' magic, and the golems, who were immune to black magic, began a massacre among the undead. After a great battle, the undead army suffered heavy losses and retreated. However, the beastmen who were truly terrifying were the ratmen. On the night of the great battle, Madara's army discussed countermeasures to deal with the Buga expeditionary force. The ratmen were armed with magic daggers specially made by the Buga wizards, and they were also enchanted with the Holy Church's divine magic to counter the undead. These assassins turned into rats and entered Madara's camp through a rat hole. In one night, a large number of Madara's officers were assassinated. However, what was even more frightening was that the ratmen used the same method to sneak into the rooms of the Dark Lords in Madara's interior, and even a few of the Dark Lords were killed. Thus, Madara's army abandoned the undead cannon fodder at the bottom and ran back to their camp. After that, Madara began a large-scale extermination of the rats, which ended in failure. Although they did not lose any soldiers, they lost many generals. The Dark Lords also used steel floors to renovate their castles. The Dark Lords also had to let some of their subordinates act as gatekeepers for them to rest at ease. After that, the various countries began to spread the word that if they wanted to be enemies with the Buga, they must first succeed in exterminating the rats. Chapter 5. I stood at the top of the majestic and sacred church. The night was silent and there was no one else around except for me. The stars shone brightly and the lights of every house were lit. Perhaps this was a scene that I guessed based on my 4 years of experience. My eyes had long lost their former brilliance. I was willing to be blind. I gave up all the colors in the world without any complaints. That year, I used a pair of golden eyes that were as bright as glass under the sun in exchange for these 4 years of peaceful life. This price, it didn't matter if it was worth it or not, it was because I was willing to. Blind Nun, isn't this a very cool name? Furthermore, some truths can only be seen after abandoning the beautiful colors. In these 4 years, I got used to smiling faintly, getting used to blushing slightly, getting used to giving my blessings to every resident who came and went, being devout and pure. Children's voices were childish, the elderly spoke gently, and occasionally, there would be hearty men and gentle women. However, I knew from the start that these days wouldn't last long. Thus, I was infatuated with her but didn't miss her. Thus, when she appeared, I didn't feel any pity. I only smiled faintly as I watched her talk about what she knew and thought. However, I was wrong. With my foresight, even though I could see through the hearts of others and see through disputes, I didn't expect that I would one day change because of a person. Although I didn't have any entanglements with her, it was unclear. Sunken Shadow Kirkova, a proud half-elf noble lady. No, perhaps I should call her a young lady. The young lady's smile was like a flower, but this had nothing to do with her. However, it made me care a little. After she came, I always wanted to do some naughty things in my free time to tease her. I ignored the crowd and acted coquettishly against me. Looking back, I couldn't help but be shocked that I used such a childish method. Just like now, in this city that believed in God, I did such a blasphemous act. Standing at the top of the church, I was a nun. Actually, rather than letting her act coquettishly, I wanted to see her smile sincerely, or rather, repent for the sins I had committed. Sins that I couldn't remember. However, I also understood that this wasn't an easy matter. At the very least, it wasn't as simple as me picking up that sinful name. She didn't know about my past, Sister Lenny. The young girl's voice was crisp and clear. I liked it when she called me that. The darkness of the night didn't affect the vision of the elves, so I had already expected that sunken shadow would be able to see me. Just like how, even if my eyes weren't there, I knew that the other party would definitely be tugging at her skirt to salute me. Although there was nothing new about it, it couldn't stop my joy. Because she was here again. I think I'm sick, but that's just a guess. There's basically no one in this world who knows their own existence better than the clergy. Perhaps God is one of them. Another demon. Sister Lenny. I called out again. I guessed that she must be frowning because I was distracted and ignored her. Sit with me for a while, my lord. Although I didn't want to refuse, the words that were on the tip of my tongue became, tell me, what is it this time? If you don't tell me, I'm leaving. Sit with me for a while, Sister Lai. N.I. Sister, Lin Sanjiu's voice sounded again. I sat down anyway. No matter what the process was or what the method was, the ending was still the ending she wanted. That's strange. Normally, she wouldn't be this willful. Could it be that something really happened? With a hint of doubt, I was prepared to listen. He. With a silly laugh, she sat down next to me. Can't I come to see you if there's nothing, Lord Lenny? She was just this wishful thinking, stubborn to the point of stubbornness. Just like how she fell in love with Marshal Lyman Frank Baum's eldest son, Holy Dragon Frank Baum. No matter how much her relatives and friends tried to persuade her, she still wouldn't repent until her head was bruised and bleeding. At that time, she was so determined. With my eyes that had yet to give up, I watched her jump down from the walls of Grenoires. Then, I watched the heartless man who was also known as the capital's most popular courtesan. During the extravagant wedding, I watched her stab with all her might. I also saw her mumbling a strange song back and forth while curling up in her cell. A man died. A good-for-nothing man. Too lazy to bury him in the grave. His head rolled off the bed. His limbs were scattered all over the room. At that time, my name wasn't Lenny, I wasn't a nun, and I wasn't a good person. Until I did something that I deeply regretted, but couldn't make up for. I killed someone by mistake. The maid who had been running around trying to help her recover her mood, the werewolf girl named Antilo Loy. Chapter 6. Early in the morning, the first ray of sunlight streaked across the horizon, and Valhalla welcomed a new day. Garrison Captain Lane stood on the high city walls, looking at the vast and boundless territory shrouded in the early morning mist. He couldn't help but sigh once again, thinking about the legend that his great lord had created. He started from scratch, and after 10 years of hard work, he had achieved the illustrious reputation of a lord. Suddenly, a sharp whistle from afar broke Lane's thoughts, and the mist suddenly dispersed. A huge bird of prey flew to the top of the city like lightning, and with a flap of its wings, it landed on the highest tower. The body of the bird of prey shone with a green light, and its body began to rapidly shrink. The feathers covering its body turned into a robe full of flying feathers, and when the green light dispersed, a middle-aged man with a face full of oil paint appeared. He had a serious expression on his face as he struck the large bell hanging on the tower. With the deep and solemn sound of the bell echoing in the castle, Lanes knew that the cruel war had begun once again. Half an hour later, with a creaking sound, the drawbridge of Valhalla's castle began to slowly descend, accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds. At the very front were the champion knights riding on Arek's fine horses. The knights in full armor represented Valhalla's greatest legend. In the past, they had followed that glorious man everywhere, spreading glory throughout Erewhon. Now, they would become shields, become swords, and create a new legend. Following closely behind the knights were huge steel golems, their bodies sparkling under the sunlight and their thick and solid arms showing their creator's endless pursuit of power. On the flanks were the heavy infantry with long spears and long archers. Their expressions were serious, their battle formation neat, and they didn't say a word. At this time, a shadow flew across the sky and blocked the sunlight. Looking up, the druids riding on the gigantic chimera beasts had already taken off. They were like loyal sky guards circling around the city. The gigantic chimera beasts were constantly roaring, causing the riders to reprimand them from time to time. At this time, a huge rumbling sound rang out, and everyone stopped moving, looking in the same direction as if they were waiting for something. Finally, accompanied by a strong cyclone from the ground, a huge aerial battleship slowly rose from the city. Blazing white flames, the silver-white body of the ship, with a streamlined beauty and human yearning for the sky, flew into the vast sky. At this moment, everyone held their breaths, and only felt admiration for the crystallization of human civilization. On the wide bridge stood all kinds of people. There were Buga wizards, Black Forest wizards, Silver Elven knights, and secret druids. They came from different places, and had different beliefs, but they all had the same belief, and gathered beside a knight. At this moment, their expressions were solemn, and they were looking at the figure standing at the forefront. It was a knight in heavy armor. The strong wind in front of him made his cloak flutter, but it didn't make him take a step back. The sun plated his body with a golden edge, and people couldn't see his face clearly, but just by looking at his back, you could feel a kind of peace and tranquility. It was a kind of silent determination and dignity, as if as long as you stood beside him, you would have endless courage. Only this kind of attitude could make these people follow him loyally, and follow him on a path full of thorns and blood. This knight slowly took out a book with golden runes drawn on it, and with his finger, he ran it lightly across the spine of the book, and finally stopped at a certain point, and then said, "Cards of Fate, Immortal Alliance, Platinum Angel, Summon." As soon as his voice fell, the wind and the roars of the giant beasts disappeared, as if they were cut off by someone. At that moment, everything fell into silence, and it was so quiet that people could only feel the breathing of nature. In the next moment, golden flames spread across the bridge, and a holy aura began to gather. A pure white pillar of light broke through the thick layers of clouds, and descended on the warship in the sky. With a holy chant, the warship seemed to be merged with the light, and it was placed in heaven. In the sky filled with holy light, a pair of pure white wings slowly spread out behind the Lord, and as the feathers of light scattered, a holy figure appeared. A sentence echoed in the Lord's heart, "Platinum Angel, descend, life points locked." At this moment, he looked forward, and his vision passed through the mountains and rivers. He seemed to be able to see the kingdom of darkness, where frost spread across the land, and a sea of white skeletons covered the mountains and plains. Death and sorrow flowed, and living beings cried out in grief. He pulled out a long sword from the light, and faced the sun, and roared, "Everyone, follow me." The long sword shone brightly, and a sentence was engraved on the blade, "Our faith is cast on the stars." Chapter 7. The author was speechless. Marshal Xinglong stood in front of Ainir's main city and stared at the sky, deep in thought. At this moment, a wizard wearing a sky-blue robe walked up and said, "Dragon God, the response to the post on the forum is huge. The surrounding players have already agreed to participate in this war, and the various alliance leaders have also started to act according to plan. Indeed, this is a war between the players and this world. Ever since the first battle with the slave masters, this war has already begun. We have learned from our repeated failures, and now we have grown stronger and matured. This war will be the war of our creation. The world of the players is about to arrive, and all new things will replace old things. Madara is like this, and so will we. Ainir will be eliminated by history. Xianyuan blood, how is the magic formation you prepared? Xianxian blood, how are you doing?" The wizard stretched his back exaggeratedly, showing the two patterns on his sleeves. The magic is still running, but the magic aura has been suppressed to the extreme. It can only last for another hour, but the magic array still needs to run for another 5 hours. Once the magic aura explodes, I'm afraid even the surrounding countries will know. At that time, we will not only be facing Ainir's guards. Xinglong looked to the west and said, "They should be back soon." Town the streets were filled with soldiers, but no one relaxed. They were on high alert as if they were facing a great enemy. Although they knew that there were only a dozen of them, they could not hide the fear in their hearts. 18 gold ranks, and each of them had a clear division of labor. A black iron rank army would not be able to stop them. But the strange thing was, they actually attacked them. Did they want to destroy an army with just 18 people? But that was not the case. In the battle, they relied on their powerful strength and familiarity with the terrain to move freely. The layers of traps set by their leader also succumbed to their powerful strength. They lost their previous sharpness, and in their hearts, they only hoped that the reinforcements would arrive soon and end this bloody nightmare. Streaks of green light danced in front of them like floating feathers. However, the chaotic wind pressure around them reminded everyone that these things were very dangerous. As a knight waved his arm, the feathers instantly scattered and merged with the air. Then, the air seemed to solidify and rolled forward like a bulldozer. Regardless of whether it was soldiers, stones, or debris, everything was sent flying. Go, green bird! Under the knight's command, his bronze-armored warhorse let out a long neigh and soared into the sky. Its body emitted a faint green light, indicating its level, a gold-rank fantasy creature. It slammed into the air that was crushing forward. Wings of the wind, charge. The moment the air solidified, the air around quickly gathered towards the warhorse. At this time, the warhorse had turned into a green light that extended forward. The wind that followed seemed to be the wings of the Pegasus, but also like sharp blades. Everything that was touched by this pair of wings was mercilessly torn apart and shredded. Ryan, save your strength. Now is not the time to use your ultimate skills. If the leader of the Knights League dies in the hands of the guards, it will become a big joke on the forum. A girl who was with them earnestly warned their leader. It's okay. Were you charmed by me just now? The girl angrily knocked her silver-white bow on the head of the Green Knight. Red Lotus, don't hit me. It's okay if I become stupid, but I can't afford to hurt the eye of Medusa. The girl hurriedly put away the 1-meter-long bow that seemed to be made of pure silver. Just as the Green Knight was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the girl suddenly took out a hammer. You're not a warrior, what are you carrying? I'm guilty, I'm sorry. Help. Murder. The farce was quickly stopped by the surrounding team members. They were already used to their leaders teasing of Red Lotus from time to time. The surrounding soldiers had just been cleaned up, and the people behind did not dare to come forward. The situation was in a deadlock. Another knight in the team asked, Leader, should we go? The Azure Knight looked into the distance. A red signal flare had already lit up in the east, telling him that the guards around Aenir were already rushing over. Looks like the mission has been completed. The knight pointed to the front. Charge towards Aenir, those who block me will die. After saying that, he waved his sword fiercely, and a green sword energy hit the tallest building in Pris Town, the clock tower. Immediately, the pendulum at the top of the tower flew out, and with a loud bang, it turned into powder before it hit the ground. Following that, the clock tower began to tilt downwards, and the bricks continued to fall. Following that, this iconic building of Pris Town fell towards the surrounding soldiers. At the foot of a mountain outside the main city of Aenir, a huge magic circle appeared on the ground. Sparks flashed on the circle from time to time, and in the center of the circle, a white light shot towards the sky, but it was blocked by the purple magic circle directly above. The white pillar of light seemed to be unwilling to be suppressed, and it continued to attack the magic circle. Every time it pulsed, the magic circle would shake, and the sound of glass shattering could be heard. The shattered runes turned into purple powder and were instantly swallowed by the white light. The wizards around the magic circle were constantly repairing the nodes of the magic circle, but the purple light continued to dim. Finally, the white light burst out, and rays of light pierced through the barrier and connected with the sky, forming a pillar of light that connected to the stars. The magic circle that was blocking the white light instantly exploded, and the wizards who were repairing the magic circle were directly sent to the temple. The magic elements were in chaos. Wind, fire, water, earth, darkness, these elements that were normally invisible condensed into colorful lines that converged towards the pillar of light. A storm began to swirl around the pillar of light, and the originally clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds. Lightning struck down one after another, but before it could strike the ground, it was swept away by the elemental storm, scattered, and disappeared. Marshal Xinglong looked at the strange scene in the sky and was speechless. He had seen Circle 12 spells among the wizards, and he had also learned about it in Kanachi, a floating city in Buga, where Circle 12 spells were learned. He was also a part-time wizard, but he had never heard of such a scene. Xianyuan blood, what's going on? This is too different from a Circle 12 spell. The wizard next to him also stared at the sky. Circle 12 spells contain rules, so how can ordinary silver players create it? I used the elements to break the order and form chaos, and created this taboo storm. This will be an existence that surpasses Circle 12 spells, haha. Marshal Xinglong suddenly had a bad feeling and quickly asked, is this thing reliable? The wizard shrugged and said, how would I know? This thing can only be activated with the cooperation of a large number of players, countless money, and energy. In theory, there shouldn't be a problem. I've been studying this for a long time, so you have to have confidence in me. At this moment, Xinglong had the urge to strangle Emperor's blood to death. This fellow had never even tried it before. Why did Xinglong entrust such an important task to him? The clash between order and chaos. Xinglong could already imagine what would happen in the near future. In the end, I still have to rely on myself. Xinglong sighed and ordered the surrounding people, summon all the Alliance Masters. The creation battle has begun. To be continued. Chapter 8. The following content contains some spoilers, please detour. For the peace of the world, the United States of America, 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 the United States of America. Fate was fate because it was unpredictable. Just like the two men facing each other at this moment. The Shire glanced at the man in armor and mentally labeled him as so handsome that any man would want to kill him. He smiled and said, "You're blocking my way. Could you please move aside?" The person who was being evaluated staggered and said with difficulty, "Don't you recognize me? Could it be the guy I borrowed money from last time?" The Shire muttered to himself. With a responsible attitude, he examined the armored man again and finally pulled out a name from his memory. "Oh, Nalamines, you're the one playing the Silver Elf Commander, right? As a magus of the Seven Rings Highlands, there are hundreds of thousands of people every minute. There are many things for me to deal with every day. It's normal for me to forget the names of a few minor characters, isn't it?" Unlike the Shire's expectations, Nalathar didn't pounce on him and do something violent. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "Let's go to the inn next door for a meal. It's my treat." Free food was indeed delicious, and the feeling of someone paying the bill was even more wonderful. With no one else in the way, the Shire, who was sitting in the small private room, relaxed and stretched his arms and legs lazily. As a public figure, it was tiring to take care of one's image at all times. Well then, it's time for you to tell me why you're here, minor character. The Shire said as he forked a piece of fruit. Nalathar paused and said, after I received the role of the Silver Elf Commander, I took the script and practiced many times at home. When filming started, the director and everyone else were very tolerant of my mistakes and would patiently point out my shortcomings in acting. There were also many enthusiastic sisters who helped me practice my scenes. As a newcomer, I was happy every day on the set of The Amber Sword. But after I finished acting in the Silver Elf Ruins scene, director Eternal Flame suddenly informed me that I could go home. He even handed me a lunchbox to wrap up the shoot. Is it because my acting is so bad that I can't watch it anymore? I haven't been sleeping well for the past few nights. I definitely didn't mean to blame Eternal Flame when I came looking for you. I just want to know why there are no more scenes for me. That's all. Ha 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 ha. The Shire suddenly laughed and patted Nalathar's shoulder. Since you're so sincere to treat me to a meal, then we're brothers. I'll only say some things once, how much you can understand depends on you. Nalathar said solemnly, I promise that I won't tell anyone what you tell me. I swear on my reputation. The Shire nodded with satisfaction, but then he threw a bomb. I was once a minor character who received a box lunch. Impossible. Even a great actor like me had to take one step at a time to get to where I am. Before I joined the cast, I was just an apprentice wizard. After many interviews, I finally got the script of The Amber Sword. The cast used a large number of cameras to capture scenes in the deep mountains and forests. During that time, I followed the main character, Brando, and acted in several important scenes. As a supporting actor, I did my best to play the role of a supporting actor and tried to use my actions to set off the main character's tall image. As The Amber Sword became popular, I started to be recognized by fans when I went out to buy things. There were even shy little girls who asked for my autograph. The Shire fell into deep thought for a long time before continuing. One day, Brando said that he was tired of hearing your name and wanted me to change the way I addressed you. I laughed and joked that I should call you Master, or even Master in English. As soon as I finished speaking, director Eternal Flame came over with an ashen face. He said that filming was over for today and that everyone should go and rest. I don't quite understand. Nalathar shook his head, puzzled. The Shire lowered his voice, I only found out later. As a director, Eternal Flame is not only a big sister complex, but he also has a very sensitive nose for romance. He actually knows a lot about this, so he pays special attention to the interactions between the male characters in the film. He is determined not to let them have any ambiguous sparks. Even if there is a slight possibility that the fans will fantasize about it, he will not hesitate to change the interaction between the supporting actor and the main character. So, to make a living under Eternal Flame, you must remember your identity as the supporting actor and keep your distance from the main character. Remember that. I remember that the last scene before filming was. So that's how it is. Huh, you've already made Brando's eyes blurry. If things continue to develop, won't you be the wind and I'm the sand? There are so many fans eyeing the plot covetously. If there are difficulties, you have to do it. If there are no difficulties, you have to create them. How can director Eternal Flame tolerate your existence? It's already good enough that he gave you a box lunch to send you off. Nalathar was silent for a while, then suddenly looked up and asked, why does director Eternal Flame care so much about the possible ambiguity between the male characters? The Shire put his index finger on his lips and made a shoo gesture. I don't know anything. Even if I did, I wouldn't say anything. There are some things in this world that are better left as mysteries. After all, you and I still want to continue working in the Amber Sword. You still haven't told me. Since you once received a box lunch, why were you able to come back later? Nalathar asked. Because I gave director Eternal Flame a high-definition picture of the God of Circles. The Shire shook his cup proudly. I told you because you're an honest person. If you can come back to the set, remember to owe me 3 meals. Nalathar nodded heavily. I'll go buy a God of Circles figurine right now. Ha ha ha, I like smart honest people. But I heard another rumor. Do you want to know? Nalathar continued to nod. The Shire said with an evil smile, it said that Director Eternal Flame intends to reveal the fact that the Silver Elf Commander is actually a woman, and your new feminine name is Nalathar. Nalathar, who was instantly petrified, heard the crows cawing in his ears. The Shire held his stomach and happily curled up into a ball under the table, laughing until tears flowed down his cheeks. Eternal Flame, who happened to pass by and eavesdropped for a long time, bit his handkerchief angrily. The Shire, just you wait. The next day, the Shire received a new notice. In the following plot development, his existence would be explained in the form of a background character. There was no need for him to appear again, so he could go home and eat. There was also a heavy lunchbox personally delivered by Director Eternal Flame, who was smiling from ear to ear. Chapter 9. This is a team record of me and my PC. The data and calculation process have been deleted. There are some background about the history of Amber and the world. You can take a look if you're interested. But everything is based on the original book, which means it may involve the deleted parts. Because it happened in the First Era, 380, Year of Spring Dawn, in Erewhon. So I'll delete some parts that involve spoilers. Overall, it's a supplement to the main story world. The storytelling rabbit set the channel title as Prologue, Daniel's Great Thief 2240. It was a day in March, month of recovery. Within Erewhon, the cold of Ampere Seal in the north had yet to dissipate. But to the east of Fort Kirkle, near Lake Manawir, the sun was already shining brightly. The forest was already filled with carriages going north and south. In the Monditon bar near Lake Autumn, a girl sat in the middle of the brightly lit hall. She had long hair that shone like pure gold. Her blue eyes were like the ocean, giving people a sense of familiarity at first glance. But she was wearing a set of silver knight's armor, sitting upright, and there was a Kurlutzian emblem near the collar of the breastplate, proving that the girl was at least a knight from Kurlutz who had traveled here. Her sword lay on the table, and the scabbard was embellished with the most expensive mithril. The spear hanging on the warhorse outside, it was actually a unicorn, had already caused a stir in the vicinity. Many people came to watch. In front of her was a white porcelain teacup filled with tea with cream and honey. There was also a delicate snack. Such a snack would sell for several gold coins in the vicinity. It was hard for the bar owner to get it for her. Thank goodness, for the sake of the money. Elise didn't come out for an excursion because of some noble young masters or young ladies, or for a trip under the guise of a study trip. On the contrary, she came out for a great reason, to punish evil and avenge her sister. Let me add, she ran away from home. But the name of the scoundrel slipped his mind, and he forgot where he lived. But it was forgivable. After all, it was a few years ago. Anyway, after leaving Ampere Seal, it was said that I stayed there for a month, reluctant to leave the noble's private room in the luxury hotel. I suddenly remembered that the villains seemed to have some connection with the Highland Knight. So they turned back from Pedalzon, and came to Kirkle's castle by way of Magidum. Stayed by the lake for another month before continuing on the road. But after a lot of hardships, I finally reached the vicinity of Erdek. There's still a week's journey, if I don't encounter anything more interesting on the way. Unfortunately, the young lady had a natural love for the good and the evil. When they passed through the Manawel area, they heard that there was an evil force in the vicinity, a bandit group with an unknown name. Anyway, you followed this bandit group and came to this village in Mundodin. Today, I lost the lead for a while, that's why I came to the bar. The bar here is so dirty. There's a thick layer of dust on the table. Your mission? Yes. This kind of place is really messy, Yi Zichen said. Home is still the best. But I can't let the bad guy go. Ugh, anyway, it's all that bad guy's fault. Elise clenched her fists and said seriously, don't worry. So, that what so and so is you over there? Yes, you seem to be called boss, right? You really haven't heard about that gang of bandits? Bad guys are indeed good tools to shirk responsibility. But your actions immediately made a few mercenaries near you quickly move away from you, as if they were afraid that you'd mistake them for a bad guy and kill them with your sword. The fat boss ran over with sweat all over his head. My lord, no, miss. No, this. Miss, how could I? How could I? He stammered his reply that when had a country bumpkin like him ever seen a great man from Kurlutz. Although he heard that the princess in the east had taught Cruz a lesson a few years ago, most of it was just a legend. This. How about this, Do you want me to help you ask? Well, go and come back quickly. Elise said matter-of-factly. You saw the fat boss roll away like a ball. Do you want to do anything else during this period of time? Elise looked at the dirty bar, frowned slightly, and went to the door to see Yaya. As soon as you walked out of the door, you saw that the outside was surrounded by 3 layers of people. They were all farmers from the countryside, wearing the traditional clothes of the farmers in the southern mountains of Erewhon. You've only seen it in books about human geography before, but now the legend has turned into reality. The crowd made a buzzing sound, and then they all moved aside to make a path for him. You've seen Her Majesty the Silver Queen's appearance in the capital. At that time, the crowd was probably like this. You still remember it vividly. Then you saw your unicorn. She looked at you with some resentment, as if you shouldn't have put her in the stable. Elise ignored the crowd, walked in front of Yaya, patted her head, and then led her around the belt to relax a little. No problem, because Yaya is very beautiful, so it's normal to get attention. Get used to it. But they actually fed me grass, he said. It's grass. The unicorn complained in a soft woman's voice, who wants to eat that kind of thing? I'm not a horse. Sounded like a little girl throwing a tantrum. In fact, she was a unicorn that had not yet reached adulthood. Hey. They actually fed you grass? How can grass be eaten? What a prank. Yes. So you complained and wandered around the surrounding countryside, and spent about half an hour to return to the bar. It has to be said that the scenery near Manuel is not bad. Of course, it can't compare to the Empire. The round boss has been waiting for you for a long time, sweating profusely. If you hadn't left your sword in the shop, I'm afraid he would have thought that you ran away after ordering a few gold coins worth of food. Ah, miss, you're back. He said to you, wiping his perspiration. So, how is it, has there been any inquiry? I inquired from the adventurers nearby, and there seems to be such a gang of thieves nearby. Just last week, a caravan was robbed by them. Oh, no, it was stolen. It's not plundering anymore. The fat boss was a little tongue-tied. When the caravan stopped at our place, they found that the goods were missing when they spent the night. I think I've heard of such a thing. He looked at you and said. Hey. In that case, doesn't it mean that the bad guys are in the village? No, the boss hurriedly waved his hand. How can it be? There are so few people in the village. I know every one of them. They can't be thieves. That is to say, the bad guys sneaked in at night? Big, probably. Is that so? I understand. In short, it's good to know the clues. Elise casually took out a gold coin and placed it on the table. Then, she left the bar with her weapons. Go to the garrison. Go over there and ask about the situation. You left the bar under the boss's dumbfounded gaze. The garrison of Mondaton's garrison was actually a house by the lakeside woodland, on the edge of the town. You came here under the guidance of the villagers. You walked over and observed the lonely house carefully. The door of the house was open. Inside was a single room. There was a bed against the wall. The garrison uniform and spare shoes were casually thrown beside the bed. Then, there was a handmade desk by the window at the side. The desk was piled high with maps. And the wooden plate for eating, with the remains of cold food on it, and the flies fluttering about it. A coat hung casually on a chair that was pushed aside. But there was no one in the house. Your move? Well, it's unhygienic. As a knight, one must watch one's appearance, or the Lord will lose face. Don't you understand that? Elise obviously did not want to go in. She decided to wait outside for a while and see. You waited a while. Suddenly there was a rustling sound of footsteps from the woods beside you. Looking back, you saw a young man in a waistcoat, carrying a sword, and sweating all over, coming out of the wood. He looked as if he had just finished his sword practice. Oh. He was stunned when he saw you. Oh, there's a guest. May I ask who you are? He asked, scratching his head. Elise is looking for the bad man. Anyway, the fat one said the bad man would come to the village at night. Do you know anything about the bad man? The young man froze for a moment, as if he was trying to decipher your words. Can you put it in a more simple way? Well, anyway, the caravans, in the village, were stolen. The boss said he knew all the people in the village. So the bad man was from outside. Oh, you mean that one? Since that's the case, if you're on guard duty, you must know about the bad guys, right? The young man passed you as if no one else was there. He went to the lake, picked up a pail of cold water, and splashed it all over. Then he shook his head. That's not wrong. But I'm going to resign soon, he said, but I'm going to quit soon. Elise took a small step back and stood a little farther away from him. I'm going to be an adventurer, he said with a smile. That's why I don't care what's going on in the village. He scratched his head. Well? What about the people in the village then? Are you going to run away from protecting them? Ugh, in any case, they'll send someone else. To each his own, ain't he? Some people are born for this position, and I'm born for something else. Well, that's it. Just don't want to do anything. Surely an adventurer can't be a good man without willpower. If he had a little sense of responsibility, he'd at least make sure everyone was safe before he thought about his own business. Wrong, not like that, the young man hastened to correct him. Forget it, but who are you really? A knight sent by above to inspect? He looked you up and down curiously, as if only now noticing your appearance. Ah, what a pretty Miss Knight. He couldn't help wiping his cheek. Elisa's looking for the bad man. Anyway, tell Elise about the bad man. Oh, I see. He suddenly reacted. You're a student of the Boston Knight Academy, aren't you? Experience or learning? Heh, I think a little girl like you would be better off doing something like helping others find kittens on trees. Even if you're not here, as long as the bad man is defeated, everyone will be safe before the new guard arrives. Ugh, he seemed to seriously consider this proposal. Well, that's not wrong. But the other party is a proper bandit group. Can a little girl like you do it? Elise is of course not a problem. Because my sister said that Elise is very powerful. And Yaya is also here, although Master still said that she's far from it. He thought for a moment, not understanding your words. He scratched the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself, it seems good to do something big before leaving, but nothing can be decided easily. However, do you only have one guard on your side? If you don't have enough people, how will you protect everyone? There seems to be a little more people here, right? I say, that has nothing to do with you. Okay, one person is enough for this place. Elise, are you saying that you alone don't feel like you're enough to protect everyone? Elise sized up the other party and judged his strength. You think this guy doesn't seem to have any strength at all. Although other than your teacher Veronica, you don't think anyone is that good. The young man replied unhappily, how is it not enough? In comparison, you should pay more attention to your own safety. You clearly look like a rich young lady, don't come out and wander around. Barely. Then I'll just follow behind Elise. Wait, don't make a decision on your own. I didn't agree. How can I let the bad guy who bullied my sister be free outside? So you can't even follow behind? Really, forget it, tell Elise the place, Elise can go by herself. It's not like that. The young man was about to enter the house, but stopped when he heard you say that. I say, do you know that this is actually a very dangerous thing? Besides, I won't tell you. It's not my style to put an ignorant beautiful lady in danger. After saying that, he walked out again. Forget it. You really want to go? Of course. He looked you up and down. Danger is danger, but if you run away because of danger, a petty thief who only dares to steal the property of good people, then you shouldn't have chosen to be a knight in the first place. How about this, I'll use one hand to fight with you once. The young man thought. Seeing that you're wearing a knight's outfit, it shouldn't be a problem. If you can survive 2 rounds of my attacks, I'll take you with me. How about it? But don't lose to Elise. The young man obviously didn't take your words seriously. He picked up a wooden sword. You go first, he said with a smile. Elise unsheathed her rapier and searched for a suitable place to fight. Are we going to fight here? Got it. He took the starting stance of Erewhon's military swordsmanship. Elise raised her rapier and made a standard knight's salute, taking the usual starting stance taught by her master. You still have a chance to give up. Elise will take this seriously. Elise pointed at her opponent and said. Hurry up, I haven't had breakfast yet, Miss Knight. Elise took a big stride and closed in on her opponent. She tried to stab him with her rapier. The young man blocked her attack with a casual block. Hey, you have some strength. You're not an ordinary flower vase. You're worthy of being a knight's student. He obviously misunderstood something. Then he took a step forward, the rapier in his hand slanted. A slash came at your shoulder. Elise blocked the opponent's attack with her shield. Oh, you're pretty good. It's your turn. He took a step back, holding his rapier with both hands in a defensive stance. Then, there's no need to test. Elise stabbed again with her rapier. Elise cleverly hid her intentions. The rapier stabbed out from under the shield. The young man was obviously surprised. He took a step back and was hit in the wrist. With a clang, the wooden rapier fell to the ground. Hiss, that's amazing. The young man held his wrist and looked at her curiously. How about that? You can go protect everyone now, right? Elise looked at the other's injury. You really are a knight's student. You live up to your reputation. If that's the case, I'm a little tempted to stay. After all, the guards have the opportunity to be recommended into the academy. The young man nodded. All right, then. But you'll have to come with me to investigate first. We can't act so rashly. Investigate? That's fine. Intelligence before a battle is also very important. As he spoke, he went into the room, put on the guard's uniform, and put on his overcoat. Then he picked up the scabbard hanging on the wall, buckled on his belt, put on his helmet, and put on his boots. When he came out, his whole person was renewed, and he looked a little valiant. I forgot to introduce myself. The young man closed the door, then turned to you and said, I'm Fraser. And you, Miss Knight? Elise Meredith. That's hard to remember. I'll just call you Elise, she said with a smile. I'll let you call Elise by her name. Be grateful. Thank you, my ass. As he spoke, he let out a mottled horse from the back of the room. Then he looked at you and asked, Do you have a horse? You're a knight. Don't tell me you don't have a horse. I don't want to walk to the village with you. You don't want to ride with me, do you? I don't mind. Elise took out a small flute and blew it. Yael trotted over at once, complaining about why you didn't come to play with her for so long. It doesn't matter, Yaya. I'll punish the bad guys later. With the sword of justice, I'll sweep away those cruel people who bully the weak. Elise skillfully mounted her horse and pointed her sword in front of her as she spoke. Sisters of one heart, their sharpness can cut through gold. The unicorn hummed happily in reply. Frey's eyes were glued to the screen. He looked at you. Are all the sergeants of your Royal Knight Regiment so exaggerated? Are you the daughter of some great nobleman? Let me guess. I heard that Duke Cypher's daughter is about your age. Could you be some princess? That being said, the young man nimbly mounted his horse. I'm not some Cypher. That's true. With such words, you walked into the village together. The young man seemed to have some prestige here, and soon asked for the information he wanted. You were at the crossroads of the village. After he confirmed the information, he turned around and said to you, now there's a place. Want to hear it? He said, looking pleased with himself. Say it quickly. Of course. I've asked around. There's a caravan that's going to stay here tonight. They seem to have come from. Well. Fraser slapped his forehead. Forget it, I forgot. Anyway, that's what happened. If the bandit group is still nearby, they'll definitely come back to steal again. If they've already left, we'll go home and find our mothers. What do you think? I'll reluctantly accompany Miss Knight to wait in the wilderness for a night. I won't lose out anyway. That's fine. Those bad guys will definitely appear. So be it, then. He looked at the sky. Well, it's still early. Why don't I treat you to dinner? Our specialty here is trout. Elise shook her head. Elise will take care of her own dinner. Aya, he's that good? Then why don't you treat me? Because my sister said I can't have dinner with anyone casually. The drill master seems to have said something similar. The young man was obviously more interested in the proposal. No problem. Can't you fight until you're full? Good. It's nice to be a rich lady. Miss Knight, do you think I'm qualified to marry you? He asked at once. If that's the case, Elise feels that Dad won't agree no matter what. Then we can only forget about it. Frezzy shrugged his shoulders. So dinner was a big dinner of trout at a fisherman's house recommended by the young man, which was said to be the offspring of the golden trout of the lake. Anyway, it cost 10 gold pieces. But it tasted pretty good. You saw that fellow Frezzy go back with the fisherman to settle the bill after dinner. They say he saved you a lot of money. To make you feel that this person is somewhat reliable. But you always felt that the fellow seemed to be very happy after dinner. You came to the caravan. After explaining the purpose of his visit and proving his identity, Yi Zichen asked. The other side, of course, was very glad to accept your help. After all, it was a pleasure to get the help of the local garrison when you were out on a business trip. Dusk was coming on quickly. You hid with Frezzy in a thicket near the caravan. You stared nervously in the direction of the caravan, as if a thief would appear in the next moment. But the young man was next to you with his hands on his pillow, biting a blade of grass, as if someone would carry the sky even if it fell down. He looked at the darkening sky through the gaps between the canopy of the forest. Stars began to appear in the sky. That. Miss Elise? Miss Knight? 022. He turned back to look at you. It's still early now. No matter how stupid the thief is, he won't appear at this time. Why don't I tell you a story? Elise looked at him doubtfully, as if questioning why he would do something that might disturb the thief. Well, that's fine, but keep your voice down. Yes. What kind of story do you like to hear? He asked in a low voice. Elise waved to Yaya, indicating that she should come over and listen. Just tell the story you want to tell. Then have you seen an undead before? Those skeletons. Elise thought for a moment. I've seen him in magic class. I've seen him in class. That's good. You know, to the east of our country is a kingdom of the undead. 3 years ago, those skeletons invaded our kingdom. You should know about this. You're a northerner? Then you must not know the situation at that time. Well, I know this. That's the greatest evil on earth, Madara. Elise shook her head, then continued to listen. Yes, I'll tell you, I personally killed my way out of the encirclement of the undead. Do you believe it? How can I say this? Anything is possible. Like my sister, she has experienced something even more terrible, but she still appeared in front of Elise safely. Well said, then I'll tell you in detail. Ah. Why don't the others believe it? So he told you in detail about his escape experience at that time. But no matter how you listen, you feel that this guy was lucky and didn't run into a skeleton at all. It is said that his most glorious achievement was to kill a necromancer, but that necromancer clearly encountered a rock collapse in an instant before he made his move, and then was crushed to death. But in a sense, this guy's luck was indeed extraordinary. By the time he had finished the last part of the story, the sky was completely dark. You were about to refute him, when suddenly Frezi raised a finger and shook it in front of you. At the same time, the unicorn also offered you something. Elise covered her mouth with both hands and softened her movements. Then you saw the young man pick up his coat with one hand, turn over and climb up, and look in the direction of the caravan. Elise tried hard to look in the direction of the caravan. Under the starlight, you saw a short shadow clumsily approach the caravan, and then quickly enter the caravan surrounded by carriages. Behind it, there was a second, third, and fourth figure. They also sneaked in one by one. Good. Frezi's eyes lit up. Let's go, we'll catch them. Elise pointed at Yaya, and asked with her eyes, can I ride her? Of course not, hey, you have some common sense. He looked at you, and shook his head. You have to take off your armor too. You don't want to alert the enemy, do you? Quick, I'll go first and wait for you over there. With that, you saw him immediately and carefully climb out of the bushes, and crawl in that direction. Anyway, you can't look. I know, hurry up. Elise took off her armor in a panic. His voice came from outside the bushes. It took you a few minutes to take off your armor with difficulty, revealing the knight's uniform underneath. Fortunately, this armor was specially made for you by Veronica, and you can wear it alone. Elise hung the armor on Yaya's body, then carried the sword and shield as she carefully followed Yaya. You saw that Frezi was already very close to the caravan in the starlight. And it was at this moment that you saw a short figure jump out of the caravan. The fellow looked at you in the moonlight and pointed at you. Vermin. Come on. You saw that Frezi was the first to react. You threw the overcoat in your hand at the short figure. But it didn't hit her. She nimbly dodged it. You were about 60 feet away from the caravan, and there were thorns all around you. Elise stepped carefully over the obstacles and hurried towards the caravan. Humph. Don't try to fool me with your tricks. You heard a self-satisfied voice. Then the little figure took out a book and read aloud a passage you couldn't understand. Show yourself. There was a soft thud. There was a sudden burst of bright light above your heads. The dazzling light made you squint your eyes involuntarily. Then you could see with difficulty. Beside the caravan stood a little girl with a big white wizard's hat on her head, a staff in her hand, and a white scholar's robe. She looked at you with a smug face. Chapter 10. It was still the same old rules. The dice were rolled, the data was deleted, and the parts that involved spoilers were deleted. Time, April, 380, year of spring dawn, on the border between Karsuk and Madara. Asterisk the storyteller rabbit changes the topic to prologue, Darniel's great thief. A gentle breeze blows over the meadow, and the afternoon sun is a little warmer. The Skyva forest on the border, as far as the eye can see, is as still as an emerald, with a touch of soul-stirring deep green. The town is a faint arc at the end of the horizon, and only the smoke of the chimneys proves the existence of the port in the north. You move slowly along the country lane with the patrol. This is not the first time you have patrolled this road. The borders of the Skyva forest are a breeding ground for countless crimes. Smugglers and robbers run amok among them. Occasionally even Madara ghosts invade the territory of the kingdom. Only in the past Mr. Harris would have led you himself on his horse. Today is a little special. This is the first time you have led a team since your promotion to captain. You sit upright on the horse, your chainmail clattering with the jolt. You have checked your weapons carefully before you set out. The short spear is in the leather bag behind you, the great scythe hanging from the saddle. Everything is reassuringly smooth. Behind you are Austin and Owen, the two unmotivated young men. You know their families are port merchants, and most likely their elders sent them to the garrison because they could not stand their idleness outside. Fortunately, at least they obey your orders. The resourceful Henrietta rode beside you, and from time to time he surveyed the border of the forest with his telescope, but he did not say much. In the vanguard, of course, is Rodney, the blacksmith's youngest son, who has not followed in his father's footsteps, but has set his heart on doing great things in the garrison. But the truth is that even you have not seen what great things are until now. It's hard enough dealing with smugglers. The 5 young people, as usual, walked slowly into the strange yet familiar forest. "We're about to enter the forest," Henrietta suddenly said. He turned and looked at you. He was one of those typical cardigan men, with gray-blue eyes. Kyoka touched her hair and looked down at her clothes. "Don't look around, big sis." Owen grinned and said from behind, "Boss is asking you to express your opinion." "You're the captain now, aren't you?" Henrietta glared at him. This was a handsome young man, and his body contained enough calmness. In fact, you know that compared to you, he is more suitable for the position of captain. However, he automatically gave up this position. Oh. Everyone, please be alert. Be careful of poachers, bandits, and undead. Those guys are really annoying. Yes, and watch out for wolves. But if there's no pack, I think we'll be fine. Before you could finish, you heard Owen and Austin, those 2 annoying bastards, laughing together. All in all, I don't know what to say. Now, I can't be lazy anymore. Owen and Austin. And Rodney, pay attention to your surroundings. Don't just charge headlong. Don't worry, big sister. Rodney patted his chest to assure you. I promise I'll listen to your orders. Kyoka thought for a moment. Mr. Harris had said something like that before. She thought it sounded familiar, so she said the same thing to Mr. Harris last time. However, a few days ago, he was punished to swing his sword 10,000 times because of the same reason. Well then, I'm sorry to trouble you. Henrietta, please take care of them. Kyoka said to Henrietta, a little embarrassed. Only Henrik nodded. I know. It's not a problem. 10 minutes later, you slowly entered the forest. Just like always. After you entered the forest, it became quiet. Only the occasional chirping of birds broke the silence, coming from a certain direction. For normal people, it would be creepy. But after you got used to it, you weren't so scared anymore. The temperature in the forest was lower than outside, supposedly because it was close to the Black Forest. Kyoka sat on the horse and scanned the surrounding area carefully. Therefore the forest of Skyva is not safe. Henrietta will ride beside you and help you to keep an eye on the other side. According to the rules, you had to travel along the edge of the forest and pass 3 outposts. No one was stationed there, before you finished your day's patrol. Because the forest became deadly at night, even smugglers would choose to meet at the border at this time of the day. All of a sudden you heard a whisper at the edge of the forest. Careful. That sound was usually made by some animal running through the bushes. But in this forest, it was already a dangerous signal. There seems to be some movement over there. Henrietta heard it too. He drew his sword immediately. Owen and Rodney were the only ones who didn't seem to know anything. Kyoka took out her spear. I smell it too, Rodney said, sniffing his nose. You know how sensitive his sense of smell was. It smells like the undead, a rotten stench. Kyoka stared in the direction of the sound, ready to throw it. The dead. Kyoka put her spear back on her waist and replaced it with the huge scythe on her back. I'll go take a look. Wait for my news. With that, Rodney plunged into the bushes ahead with a crash. You must be careful, he said. He didn't even give you time to react. Henrik looked at you as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he could not. I told you not to charge headlong. Remember to remind him next time, he sighed. Huh, that guy's got no brains. Rodney laughed. It's not the first time Mr. Harris taught him a lesson. It's no use. My condolences, Ma-am. Owen said the same thing. At that moment you hear a whistle. You don't listen to me until the end every time. And stop laughing and joking around. There might be some dead around. Big sister, come over here quickly. I found something. Kyoka dismounted and picked up her scythe. It must be a great case. He exclaimed. Oh. Everyone, watch out. Rodney's voice was so loud that it almost shook the leaves off the forest. Henrietta dismounted with you. Next, there were two guys who were laughing and joking. Everyone had their swords in their hands. Kyoka moved towards the direction where Rodney was speaking. The others followed you through the thicket. Soon you parted the layers of leaves. A dilapidated carriage came into view. What did you find? Kyoka looked at the carriage. It was a four-wheeled carriage, half of its roof gone, its cargo scattered on the ground. The trunks were scattered all over the place, but they were empty. There must have been two horses pulling it, but only one was left, and it lay on the ground, its carcass half rotten. The flies buzzed round the horse's body. Is it a smuggler's carriage or a regular merchant's? The rancid smell also came from the corpses. Kyoka wrinkled her nose and asked Rodney, who had found it first. I don't know. Captain, why don't you take a look? The question apparently stumped Rodney. Ugh, let us first see what has caused this, he said. Kyoka thought for a moment and found she could not recognize it. It's a merchant's carriage, answered Henrietta, with a sigh. You heard Owen and Austin chuckle behind you again, but not too loudly. Well, thank you very much, there are a lot of merchants on the border. I can't remember. Kyoka thanked her softly and went to examine the horse's wound. That's all right, Henrietta said, shaking her head. Well, it doesn't look like the work of a wild animal. Looks like it was deliberate. You feel Henrietta poke you in the elbow from behind. Kyoka looked back at Henrietta. He blocked Austin and Owen behind him and wrote a word in front of you with his hand, arrow wound. Is this a premeditated ambush? Henrietta nodded. Then he pointed his finger at the horse's head. Only then did you notice that there was half a broken arrow there. Because it was too inconspicuous, it was overlooked. Then you noticed that the other half of the broken arrow is scattered not far away. Kyoka walked over to the empty container and squatted down beside it. She looked at the ground around her. You found a number of footprints. You will find that these footprints are scattered chiefly around the coach, of varying depths. But they were all about the size of a human hand, which suggested two possibilities. Either the perpetrator was a child of a human being or some other humanoid. Or a smaller race, halflings, goblins, or kobolds are all possibilities, as far as you know. You have not yet discovered. The lighter footprints were from the outside in, the deeper ones from the inside out. Do you want to follow the deeper ones? Ugh, have you found anything? Henrietta knew you were good at tracking. Captain? She asked specifically. Captain? Did you find anything? Captain? Look here, it looks like it was made by a group of goblins or kobolds. You heard Austin and Owen in the background mimicking Henrietta's tone. Wow, Captain is awesome. Owen applauded loudly. Startled a flock of crows. Then they took the goods from here and moved them in that direction. Good. Rodney raised his sword. Let's go after them. Well, and Owen, keep your voice down, this isn't our place. With that he was ready to move in that direction. If the wolves or others hear us, we'll be in a lot of trouble. It's only in the afternoon, big sister. Owen shrugged. Smugglers and robbers don't distinguish between morning and afternoon. They only distinguish between day and night. Kyoka patted Owen on the shoulder. While you were patting Owen on the shoulder, there was a crash and Rodney was already in the thicket. See if there's anything else worth noticing in the carriage. Wait. Wait for me. I'll go after him. Henrietta said to you, shaking her head. Ah. Rodney, you don't know which way to go. Kyoka put her hand to her forehead. Then I'll leave it to you. He nodded to you and went in too. So what's your next move? Kyoka called Owen and Austin to examine the wreckage of the carriage. Giuseppe then led the horse to Rodney and Henrietta. After careful examination you find that the empty box still contains some ashen fragments. You suspected they were fragments of the goods, so you collected them. Owen, come and see what this is. Huh? Kyoka gave a little to Owen. Owen was taken aback. Mistress, you're asking me to help? Did the sun rise from the west? You're a merchant family, aren't you? You should at least be able to recognize some of the goods. He took the thing and looked at it. What is this? It's so small. I don't know. Anyway, we're almost done and then we'll go after Henry and the others. Well, we'll take it back, then I'll give it back to you. Kyoka took it and put it away. Then she called the other two to lead the horses after Henry and the others. It's so annoying to go after them again, Austin complained. Austin couldn't help but complain. I suggest that Mr. Harris put a chain around little Rodney's neck. I want it made of iron, he said. Then you can hold his hand, big sister. Well, that's not a good thing to do, he said, shaking his head. But Austin evidently thought it was a splendid idea. You just grumbled and marched on. Although most of the time we're on patrol with Mr. Harris, we're chasing him. Do you want to follow the footsteps of those two? You follow Henrietta's and Rodney's tracks through the forest. You soon see that they're heading in the direction of the next outpost. What's this? Kyoka thought for a moment and continued on her way. So it went on for half an hour, and when you reckoned you were about to arrive at the next outpost, you heard a voice. The bushes in front of you suddenly split apart and a hand covered your mouth. It was Henrietta. The young man motioned you to be quiet with his eyes. Then he let go of your hand. Keep your voices down, he said to you in a low voice. Something's up ahead. Why did you take so long to get here? Outpost? Check the wreckage in the carts. Then they followed your trail and came here, Kyoka said in a low voice. Where's Rodney? He's up ahead. You can come over here. He glanced at you and made a gesture to be quiet. Then he lowered his body and slipped into the bushes. Goblin or kobold? He didn't answer. He motioned to you to come on. Kyoka crouched down and followed him through the hole. You followed Henrietta through a small grove of goose-eared mahogany and found Rodney lying on his stomach on a small slope ahead. You knew that slope well because below it was the outpost where he usually rested. Rodney was looking through a telescope at something below. Kyoka slowly crawled over to her. When you get closer, you find that this fellow is looking at the outpost below. But it was a little different than usual. There was something else in the outpost. The outpost was a lonely wooden hut in the forest, but half of it had been torn down. There was a fire in front of it and a man in a blood-red magician's robe was roasting something over it, his back to you. And beside him, there are many monsters that you have never seen before. They looked a little like human children, naked and red all over, with little wings and horns and a little tail. You counted, there were 3 of them. They were all around the magician. Directly opposite the magician was a man dressed as a knight in black armor, polishing his sword. Ah, Captain, you're here! Exclaimed Rodney, as soon as he saw you. Kyoka made a shushing gesture to him. Henrietta glared back at him at once. He was startled, and shut up. You looked down. Fortunately, they didn't seem to notice anything out of the ordinary because of the distance. Kyoka tells Henry to shut up, too. Owen and the others. The men shrugged their shoulders. Captain, shall we go and kill them? Rodney mouthed to you. That's disgusting. They must be villains. He looks at you with a certain eagerness. Stop, don't go. This group is completely different from the bandits and smugglers we've encountered before. Lucien's eyes narrowed. You saw Henrietta reach out to Rodney. The muscleman froze for a moment, then returned the binoculars to him. Kyoka mouthed the words. He nodded his head. I think so too. He handed the binoculars to you. You'd better take a look. Well, I've never seen those three strange creatures before. Kyoka took the binoculars and looked down. His field of vision was magnified a little. You saw clearly that the magician was focused on roasting a hand. It looked like a human hand. 2158. Not far from him, the mutilated body of a man dressed as a merchant lay there. You resist the nausea and look away a little. Then you saw 3 people tied up in the demolished house. 2 of them were women, 1 was a boy. But it was evident that they had fainted from fright. Kyoka tugs on Henry's arm. Kyoka's face was pale. She didn't look very well. Henrietta looked at you, like she was asking for your opinion. There are 3 commoners. They should be the family members of the carriage that was smashed. But that group of people is not easy to deal with when they start up again. Theoretically, we should go back the way we came at once and report to Mr. Harris about the situation here. But it doesn't make sense to leave those commoners behind, so you want to save them? He asked. Let one of the men go back and report, and then we'll try. How about that? It's not a good time to split up. He shook his head. If you want to attack, then attack together. Rodney nodded his head vigorously. Owen and Austin nodded to you too. But if they're strong and we can't get away, at least someone has to tell Mr. Harris what's going on here. Don't worry. If we die, Mr. Harris will know what's going on here, Owen answered casually. But he doesn't know who they are. What's that got to do with us? Austin said disgruntledly. There's no way we'll leave you guys to fight. Will Rodney leave? Austin said unhappily. In the end, the boss will leave you behind. Whoa. He got a knock on the head. Henrietta won't go anyway. Ask her. Everyone was looking at you. Forget it. We don't care. Then everyone pay attention. Move stealthily. Best to knock out the wizard with the first blow, understood? No problem. But then again, you seem to be the one with the worst stealthiness around here, big sister. Oh. Don't say it out loud. Owen said. Big sister, you don't even do as well as Rodney in tactics class, Owen said suddenly. Rodney chuckled. So what do we do? Austin asked. Go up and beat them up. Go up. When we're a certain distance away, I'll charge over and disturb them, and then you guys take out the wizard in the confusion? Kyoka glanced habitually at Henry beside her. Did you see them have bows? Henrietta asked calmly. Kyoka thought for a moment. No. But if it's a wizard, he should be able to use some spells. But the merchant's horse was killed by an arrow. Henrietta said. In other words, they have sentries nearby? Hit the horse's head, killed by an arrow. That's not something a wizard or an amateur soldier can do. He analyzed it for you. A very powerful sentinel? Then he nodded to you. At least there's a professional archer. If you want to fight, we have to find him first. Then we have to find the archer first. Sure enough. He nodded his head to you. The direction of their defense should be in the direction of the road we came from, right? Or in a blind spot that the wizard and knight can't see? Look with the binoculars first. Yes. Kyoka took the binoculars and tried to find the traces left by the other side to deduce where they were. 22-21 Follow the path you came from. Look for the blind spots of the mages and knights. He quickly locked onto an area. It was an ancient tree with thick branches. It was a very good hiding place. And I'm sure there's a wide view from the trunk. But you can't pinpoint their exact location. Kyoka handed the binoculars to Henry. Kyoka points out to him where she found it. He took the binoculars and glanced. I think the biggest possibility is that it's hidden on top of that, yes. But I can't tell where they're hiding. We can go around behind that tree, he answered after a moment's thought, calling you by your nickname, Kyoka. Can you catch a small animal? I'll try, yes, we'll wait for you here. Kyoka crawled backward, trying to catch a small animal. You spent some time and finally hit a squirrel with a pebble. Kyoka climbed up again, holding the squirrel by the tail. Is this okay? Yes. Let's go. He motioned for you to take the lead. If I want to hide it, I think I'm in danger. Kyoka muttered a few words, then led the way around the back of the tree. You took care to make a longer detour to avoid being exposed. You stopped when you were far enough away. It was behind the tree, west of the outpost. Looking up from here, the dark green treetop was quiet. That person was either not up there, or he was extremely skilled at hiding and did not give himself away. Kyoka mouthed a question to Henry. Throw the little squirrel out? He gave you an admiring look, nodding encouragingly. Big sister's getting smarter, Owen mouthed to Austin. We can die without regrets, was Austin's reply. Kyoka let the little squirrel out carefully to the side of the tree. The little thing darted out with a whoosh. Kyoka stared at the tree carefully. At that moment you saw a slight movement in the crown of the tree. You saw an archer in a green cloak, wrapped in leaves, raise his bow slightly. You saw him when he moved. But when he saw the squirrel, he pulled back his hand. This guy was very alert. After waiting for a while, he actually changed his position again. You saw him climb up the other tree trunk. Then he stopped there. Kyoka mouthed to Henry, the archers found it on the tree over there. He pondered for a moment. How close do you have to get to be sure you can hit him? He asked. I'll be fine from here, Owen said, glancing over there. Kyoka made a 20-foot gesture with her hand. I'm a little closer, Austin said, shaking her head. Henrietta thought for a moment. Kyoka, get as close as you can. I'll cover you. Let Owen and Austin shoot first. If he's not dead, you go up and shoot him first. We may have but one chance, he said. Is that okay? He looked up. It was the first time you'd seen him talk so much. Understood. It's not a big problem. That's good to hear. Kyoka put her scythe back on her back and took down a spear. Kyoka began to crawl as far as she could toward a position where she wouldn't be seen. Henrietta lifted herself up a little and motioned to Austin and Owen. Then she looked back at you and Rodney. Let's go. You had to crawl at least 60 feet to make sure you were within shooting range in a single charge. Henrietta and Rodney were behind you on either side. You watched the archer in the canopy nervously. For a moment you noticed him move slightly. Frighten you to a halt. But luckily he didn't turn his head until you were sweating all over your head and crawling to the place you were supposed to be. You blushed and turned to see Henrietta giving you the thumbs up sign. And it was at this moment that you saw him turn his head and make a sign to the two behind him. Kyoka took a deep breath. Kyoka turned and stared at the target in the tree. You hear 4 soft twangs of the bowstring. You don't know how many arrows he took, but the guy obviously grunted, and one of the arrows missed, flying under the tree trunk. Clang! It hit another tree. You saw the fellow topple off the trunk of the tree. Then it was motionless. But the sound of something heavy hitting the ground alerted the sentry post. You saw the wizard and the knight get to their feet and look this way. Kyoka ran to a nearby tree and swapped her spear for her scythe. She held the scythe in front of her. Henrietta seemed to be trying to catch you but couldn't. You could only shake your head and follow her, sword drawn. Rodney, too excited to control himself, rushed forward with his axe in both hands, shouting, "Ooh, ooh, 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 ooh. Cover us, Owen." "Owen, Austin," cried Henrik, coming to your side and shielding you with his sword. "Be careful. Rodney, don't be rash." 2300 hours. Your appearance obviously made the mage and the Dark Knight stunned for a moment, but when they saw your uniforms, they all understood. The knight drew his sword and the wizard ordered his monsters to surround him. Owen, hearing Henrietta's shout, got to his feet and aimed his bow at the wizard. "Die, scoundrel," he shouted. You saw his arrow hit the magician in the shoulder. Henrietta looked around and said to you, "Let's go together, Kyoka." The knight stood directly in front of the wizard. Of course. Rodney, on the other hand, shouted, "Ooh, ooh, ooh, ooh," and rushed forward. You know that the old Rodney family moved here from Kestrel Castle. They were said to be locals with barbarian blood in them. However, this rumor became a reality at this moment. You can see that this guy's muscles are bulging, his eyes are glowing red, and his body seems to have grown bigger. He's like a bull in heat as he rushes forward. Ooh. That idiot. He rushed directly into the middle of the three monsters, and then raised his giant axe. He chopped off the head of one of the monsters and smashed the axe into the chest of the second monster. The monster was sent flying, but it didn't die. You could tell that its wounds weren't as serious as you'd imagined. It just screeched in the air. Ooh, 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 ooh. The mage was obviously shocked. He quickly took a step back, then picked up the spellbook in his hand and started chanting. Then all of a sudden, a cloud of smoke rose from the ground. The smoke spread quickly. It enveloped the whole outpost and Rodney together. "Oh no." You heard Austin cry out in the back. "Captain, I can't control that guy Rodney anymore." He shouted angrily and let go of the bowstring. "Martha bless us." 2 arrows passed between you and shot into the smoke. You heard an exasperated scream in the smoke. Then the mist parted at once. Then you see the sorcerer fall on his back, covering an arrow in his eye socket. As soon as he fell, the little monsters stopped serving him. They screamed and prepared to scatter. "Ha!" Austin exclaimed excitedly. "Austin, when did you become so good at archery?" Kyoka asked loudly, glancing at the Black Knight. "Ha, it's like this today, and it'll be like this every day." Austin danced with excitement. TSK. Owen heartily despised it. "Well, then. Here I go." Kyoka began to charge at the Black Knight. The Black Knight raised his sword in an attempt to parry your attack, but you parried his sword with a single stroke. Kyoka's scythe slashed viciously at the Black Knight's shoulder. Ha! There was a crash, and thy sword had cut his armor to pieces, and there was a deep gash. Kyoka shouted at the same time. The knight grunted and stepped back. And Henrietta, passing you by, thrust her sword at the knight. His sword almost caught the knight's weakness as he retreated, and he slashed at the knight's throat. Then he stabbed the sword through the gap in his neck plate. You saw a fountain of blood spurt from the knight's neck. It sprayed the young man all over. But he pushed forward and pushed the Black Knight to the ground. Beautiful. Henrietta stopped at once, bracing his sword on the ground and gasping for breath. Only then did you realize that the battle had ended in an instant. Ha! Perfect. Austin and Owen high-fived in the back. Henrietta straightened up, looked at you, covered with blood, and smiled at you. "Check the battlefield, Captain. Please pay attention to your surroundings. Stay alert and clean up the battlefield." Kyoka handed her handkerchief to Henry. "Yes, please wipe it," he said. Oh, 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 oh. Rodney obeyed loudly at once, and ran about the grounds, looking as if he had an inexhaustible supply of energy, but he would soon be exhausted. Thank you. Kyoka went over to the bound women and children. He smiled at you and took the handkerchief and wiped his brow and face. The hostages were unconscious. Kyoka helped them untie their bindings. Ouch. You heard Austin's voice from behind. That knight's armor is not bad. What's the matter? It was actually destroyed by Big Sister's sword. But that's real plate armor. Big Sister's a spendthrift. Boo-hoo. Who cares about that in the middle of a battle? Owen nodded. But Xiaoxiao can still use it. Austin judged again. It can't be repaired properly. It's broken like this. Let's do an inventory of our belongings, everyone. Then we'll send the hostages back. Owen chuckled. You saw him pull out the knight's sword. Then you made a small sound of surprise. This sword looks a little familiar. Big Sister. Remember to come to my house for dinner tonight. Kyoka tilted her head and walked over to him. Here, have a look, he said, smiling. Let me see, and he gave thee the sword. Kyoka took the sword and examined it carefully. It is indeed a sword you know well. Made in the 32nd year, with ivy sigils on the sword, commemorating the victory on the Groningen Plateau. When His Majesty changed the standard of the cavalry sword, the sword was changed from the original 2 arms length to 1.5 arms length. The copper ornaments on the guard were also replaced with common iron flowers. This was to save costs and adapt to the November War that was getting longer and longer. It was a cavalry sword. But the point is, that sword is engraved with a name that you will never forget for the rest of your life. Hubbard Samar. The name of your father. Chapter 11. The sergeant in the militia teaching team didn't lie to me. The necessary experience can save your life at a critical moment. If it wasn't for that 1 month of training, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to dodge that fatal strike in my sleep. The sudden attack triggered a lightning-like alarm and woke me up from my slumber. When I opened my eyes and saw the sharp longsword, I couldn't help but feel a piercing chill from the bottom of my heart. How terrifying. But to be honest, I don't know how I reacted at that time. Perhaps it was an instinct cultivated by the long-term training, but I tilted my head at the critical moment and the sword grazed my ear. At the critical moment, then I saw the emblem of Blamanto's blooming black rose insignia on the steel longsword. It was inlaid on a square iron plate. I was stunned for a moment before I could recognize it. Madara's undead army. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over my head, waking me up completely. Damn it, why are these things here? I clearly remember that I was on vacation at an old house in the countryside of Buchi. It was a property left behind by my grandfather. I asked the old man's permission to stay here temporarily and help him take care of the old house. My mother was a Karl Goth, which was the closest blood to nobility in my body. But my father was just an ordinary miller. He didn't even participate in the famous November War like my grandfather and received the Candlelight Medal. He was just an honest middle-aged man. As for me, I was just an ordinary young man who could be found anywhere in the kingdom. My biggest dream was to join the army or go out on an adventure and earn a big family fortune. Maybe I could find a beautiful wife to spend the rest of my life with. How perfect. But let's not talk about that. Right now, there was a terrifying undead beside my bed that wanted to kill me. My heart was in a mess. Fortunately, the things that the instructor taught me were still in my head, and I didn't throw them out of my head because of my chaotic thoughts. I thought back for a moment. My sword should be beside the bed, but that skeleton wouldn't give me the chance to reach for it. Now I realized that this wasn't a good habit. Next time, I'll remember to put it under my pillow. Of course, these thoughts only existed for a moment in my plan. I instinctively jumped out and rolled off the bed. At the same time, I pulled the skeleton that was standing next to my bed to the ground. At this moment, I remembered every word that the instructor said during the first combat lesson. Remember, these are Madara's lowest soldiers. They are driven by pure soul fire. They move slowly, lack intelligence, and are weak. However, before I could finish my thoughts, a huge force surged from below me. It was as if I wasn't suppressing a skeleton, but a bull. In short, an irresistible force sent me flying outwards, and I slammed into a cabinet on the side. I heard my bones and my bookcase groaning in unison, and I gritted my teeth at the excruciating pain coursing through my body. But I shook my head to shake off the dizziness, because I remembered what I had to do. In my shaky vision, the skeleton had stood up to pull out the sword it had stuck in the bed. Its movements were indeed very stiff, but how could its strength be considered weak? But I had to turn around and run because the guy had pulled out its sword and became a dangerous presence again. As for me, I knew that I was no match for it. Even if there were 3 of me, I wouldn't be able to defeat it. More importantly, I didn't have a weapon in my hand. My sword was blocked by it. Of course, I believed that it was just a coincidence because skeletons don't have intelligence. As I scrambled to the door, I could not help cursing my bad luck, for I saw that the door to the hall below had been smashed open and a cold moonlight spilled in. The moonlight would have been poetic if it had not been for the fact that there was another set of white skeletons in the hall. I noticed that this Madara low-level existence had just walked in. It was holding a steel sword in its hand. The skeleton was wearing Madara's chainmail, and it was wearing a black helmet. But what made me feel the most depressed was that it raised its head and locked onto me with 2 scarlet flames dancing in its black eye sockets. It seemed that it had seen me. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. This wasn't a good sign. Honorable Martha, I couldn't help but pray to the God in my heart. I was only 19 years old this year. I couldn't die in such a remote place. That's right, I still haven't confessed to the woman I like. When I thought of the charming young merchant girl, my heart couldn't help but beat faster. Her house was just across from mine. I couldn't let the woman I like be in danger. I calmed down and tried to find a way to escape. My mind was spinning fast. At this time, the lesson of the sergeant came into my mind. Only when you calm down can you fight. This view coincided with my current situation. But I didn't have a weapon in hand. I couldn't fight a beast with my bare hands, right? I panted and leaned against the wall nervously. I looked around frantically. Although this old house couldn't be said to be barren, there wasn't anything in the hall that could be used as a temporary weapon. If only my grandfather had been a great nobleman. I have been to the Earl of Remington's house, and there are shields, swords, and axes hanging on the walls in their main hall, which is 5 times the size of this one. I should be able to easily find a suitable weapon in there. Moreover, my swordsmanship wasn't bad. I wasn't bragging. The old sergeant had personally praised me. He said that my swordsmanship was the best in our batch of students. Even that kid from the Breton family wasn't my opponent. Although I always envied him for having a father who was a local officer. If my father was a local officer, I would definitely be able to join the guards. Of course, it was useless to say that now. In short, my sword and I were still separated by the skeleton soldier from before. Although they couldn't run, their walking speed was about the same as an ordinary person's. Their movements were a little stiff, but they were only a little slower than an adult. If it was on the training ground, I bet that I could play around with them. But in this narrow space, I would probably be stabbed if I rushed forward. The 2 skeletons were getting closer and closer. The caw-caw-caw sound of their footsteps was like knocking on my heart. My heartbeat was like thunder, thumping non-stop. I was at a loss. The skeleton from the bedroom walked out. It paused for a moment, then turned around and walked towards me. I subconsciously took a step back, and my back bumped into something hard. Only then did I remember that there was an oil painting hanging on my back. This painting was passed down from my grandfather's generation. It was said that it was a family heirloom. The cripple from the Black Pepper Alley once said that he wanted to buy this painting for 10 gold coins, but my father refused. My father was a stubborn old man, but I was different from him. If it wasn't for this incident, I often thought that I would sell this painting when I reached the end of my road. Then I would buy a beautiful horse and travel the continent with the young lady who dreamed of being a merchant. But I couldn't care about that now. This family heirloom was going to save my life. I turned around and grabbed the wooden frame of the painting and pulled it down. At this time, I wasn't in the mood to worry about whether or not I would damage it. This thing was worth at least 10 gold coins, although I suspected that it was worth more because the cripple from the Black Pepper Alley was famous for being stingy. 10 gold coins was a large amount of wealth. The most money I had seen in my life was 10 silver coins. I couldn't help but take a deep breath. I could feel my hands trembling. I thought that I would throw this painting at the terrifying undead and slip away when it was on guard. Then, would get my sword and use my swordsmanship to smash these 2 skeletons into pieces. Of course, I could also do the same, but I would have to run to the streets. But I couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be things like these outside. Rushing out barehanded would be seeking death. Thus, I made up my mind and felt that it was better to be a little braver. Although this was only an ideal idea, maybe it would ignore everything and stab me with its sword. Then, would have to go see Martha, Sama. I couldn't help but think, would they erect a tombstone for me that would say, "Poor Brando, he obviously guessed wrongly." I shuddered and quickly shook my head to get rid of the ghostly thought that was occupying my mind. Pa, I won't die. Then, I looked at the dusty oil painting in my hands. To be honest, I couldn't see what was so good about it. Was this really 10 gold coins? I wonder if the cripple from the Black Pepper Alley would feel that it was a pity to throw it out like this? However, that terrifying undead was already right in front of me. I didn't have the time to lament the loss of the 10 gold coins and the opportunity to travel the continent with the merchant lady, because I had already subconsciously thrown out the picture frame. I threw it accurately and the painting flew in a straight line towards the white skeleton. Great, that idiot raised his sword and slashed horizontally. I saw the dusty oil painting split into 2 pieces in midair. What a strong force. But fortunately, the sergeant didn't lie about the crucial point. These skeletons really lacked intelligence. As soon as this question flashed through my mind, I subconsciously rushed out. My bedroom door wasn't far from me. Thank you, Martha, Sama. I only needed to rush out a few more steps to see my sword lying there quietly. That sword was also one of my family heirlooms. My grandfather once used it in battle. It was said that he was a servant of a knight for a period of time and this sword was bestowed to him by that knight. That sword should be from the year 32. There was an ivy imprint on the sword to commemorate the victory of the Battle of Grenoires. I remember that year, His Majesty changed the design of the cavalry sword. The sword was changed from the original 2-arm length to 1 arm and a half. The copper ornaments on the guard were also changed to ordinary iron flowers. This was to reduce the cost and adapt to the November War that was getting longer and longer. That's right, it was a cavalry sword. Once I get my hands on that sword, bastards of Madara, it's your turn to be unlucky. Chapter 12. Warning, excessive blood loss, life is in danger. Warning, heart and lung function decline, life is in danger. When Sophie woke up, the high-frequency warning sound from the previous fierce battle was still echoing in his mind. The sound was like a file in his brain, giving him a splitting headache. Yes, he remembered that he was in the game with his comrades from the Divine Force, in the mountains of Orgish, resisting the undead army of Madara. The leaden sky was cold and the wind was howling. Countless dark creatures were pouring down from the dagger-like steep mountain peaks. There was no end to them, just like a black tide. There were tens of thousands of skeletons, as well as liches hidden in the sea of bones, as well as bone dragons and gloomy spirits circling in the sky. They were surrounded by enemies from the front and back. They were doomed. His first reaction was to curse in his mind. Those bastards from the fire of the thorny flower. They were useless, but they still implicated their allies. How dare they let the enemy attack from the back? How dare they? Then he checked his status. It was a pleasant surprise that he did not die. After all, Madara's army never left anyone alive. But he immediately frowned. His injury was a little too ridiculous. Not only was it a fatal wound to his heart, but he was also poisoned. Wait, poisoned? Didn't he already complete the quest for the perfect body? How could the body of the Argent clan be corroded by these low-level dark creatures? Bug. What the hell are the officials doing? He did not have much time to question this point. The young man coughed weakly and sat up from the dusty ground. He realized that the dark corrosion was a small matter. He just needed to find a priest to dispel the dark corrosion. With his current condition, if he did not stop the bleeding quickly, he was afraid that he would die of weakness. Although he was not a top player, he was at least an experienced player. He could understand the situation with just a simple check. Sophie groaned and pushed aside the skeleton that was lying on top of him. Only half of the skeleton was left. These Madara's low-ranked soldiers were like air in his eyes, they did not exist. Come to think of it, it was already the 44th year of the Second Era, and Madara was still summoning these low-ranked cannon fodder. Other than wasting soul energy, they were useless. As expected, the brains of Okato and the other necromancers had been completely corroded by the negative energy, and none of them were flexible. He was still in the mood to complain, but then he realized that it was difficult for him to push the skeleton away. The punishment of being in a weakened state was not just for show. Normally, he could easily push a bone dragon away. Sophie remembered when was the last time he was in a weakened state. It was almost a few months ago. The power of the divine force. This time, if it was not for the useless people of the fire of the thorny flower, he would probably still be undying. Thinking up to this point, the young man couldn't help but feel gloomy. The Templar Church's forces had suffered a crushing defeat. The forums would probably be bustling with activity at this time. While he was thinking about these trivial things, he reached for his backpack, but it was empty. Sophie was stunned for a moment and then cursed. These Madara bandits. Although he was cursing, he still had to find a way to stop the bleeding. At this time, it would be best if there was a healing potion. If that did not work, bandages would be fine too. These things should not be lacking in the battlefield. Generally, no one would patronize the backpacks of the cannon fodder. There were many healing potions and bandages in the backpacks, especially bandages. Before the battle, he had seen a rookie carrying a backpack full of bandages. What a joke. Did he think that he would not die if he carried a lot of bandages? He subconsciously wanted to get up, but when he turned over, he was stunned. Wait, was this still the mountainous area of Orgish? He should have seen such a scene: desolate grass, bare white rocks crisscrossing the steep hillside, corpses everywhere, ravens flying over the silent battlefield, and Grace's broken great bright cross flag fluttering on the mountaintop. However, the scene in his imagination did not appear in front of the young man's eyes. There was no howling north wind in the Orgish mountainous area. There was also no ghost-like silence in the shadows of the mountainous area. He could not even feel the bone-chilling cold that could freeze the air into a layer of dry powder. All of this was like an illusion. When this illusion was shattered, he suddenly realized that he was lying on the floor of a quiet, dilapidated, and old house. The floor was made of smooth wooden planks nailed together, and there was a pool of eye-catching scarlet blood on top of them. He could not help but be stunned for a moment, and subconsciously touched his chest. But a sharp pain interrupted his movement. The young man screamed and clenched his teeth. The wound was his, and the blood was also his. But where was this place? He was vaguely familiar with the style of the house. The main hall was on the first floor, and the corridor on the second floor led to various rooms. The guest room, kitchen, and storage were on the lower floor. Yes, this was the architectural style of the southern part of Erewhon, and it was not a room that ordinary civilians could afford to live in. Although it was a little old, it could be determined that the original owner of this room must have had some status. The southern part of Erewhon. Sophie could not help but be absent-minded for a moment. How long ago was that memory? The mountains of Yusong, the sound of the bagpipes in the border town of Buchi. It was melodious like a dream from the past. But was that not Madara's territory now? In his memory, Erewhon had been destroyed long ago. Yes, it was during the Third War of the Black Rose. Why am I here? Wait, Buchi. Buchi. Sophie repeated the name of the place. Yes, he remembered. His name was Brando, and he was born in Brags. Half of Cadarego's blood flowed in his body. This half came from his mother, but he did not appear noble because of this noble blood. Because his father was just a civilian. Although his grandfather's generation had participated in the November War and received the Candlelight Medal, in the end, they were just a family of knight in the past. No. Sophie's heart suddenly felt a burst of alarm. What kind of nonsense was this? No, he was Sophie, a citizen of the People's Republic of China. But a voice in his head immediately told him so. You are Sophie, and also Brando. Suddenly, a chill crawled up Sophie's spine. He held his breath and suddenly found that there seemed to be something more in his memory. It was the memory of the young man called Brando, like a tide rushing into his thoughts. Or it could be said that an uninvited guest had rashly barged in. Sophie's breathing became hurried, and his pupils dilated. He immediately remembered that sword that made his heart palpitate, and that terrifying white skeleton. He struggled to get rid of this terrible scene, but as his memories became more and more vivid, he became more and more exhausted. His brain throbbed in pain, and his forehead was dripping with sweat. He suddenly remembered how he came here. It was indeed a great battle. The battle between the church's knight nation, Grace, and Madara. He was attacked from the back and was in a desperate situation. He remembered that his character died at the hands of a necromancer. After the brilliant green light of the disintegration ray, the world returned to darkness. That was originally the game's setting. Death should have lasted for 12 hours, but who could explain it to him? Why would a normal death in the game lead him to this place? This world, his mind was in a mess. If there was a word to describe his chaotic thoughts, it would be absurd. Absurd. He already understood what kind of absurd thing had happened to him. He had transmigrated. His soul had transmigrated into this world, into the body of a deceased person called Brando. No, it should be said that they had merged into one. Sophie's hands tightly grasped the floor, and his knuckles were a little numb. He looked at his own hands. His hands were a little slender, and his skin was pale and sickly. Although he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but be shocked. He was a citizen of the People's Republic of China, a Han Chinese, and belonged to the Mongolian race. His skin should be a healthy light yellow, but even if his character in the game was adjusted, it shouldn't be like this. His heart was pounding, and he was out of his wits. It could be said that he had all the memories of the original owner of this body in the short 19 years of his life. But from another perspective, he had no idea what he was going to face. Perhaps from the soul, he could feel all the thoughts of the young man called Brando, ideals, obsessions, what he loved, what he hated. It was like after a rebirth, he had completed 19 years of mental journey. Everything of the other person was his everything, as if they were originally one. But when the two dreams intertwined together, it always made him feel a little overwhelmed. I am Sophie. But I am also Brando. A sense of weakness gushed out from the deepest part of Sophie's heart, and instantly spread throughout his body. He finally let out a long sigh, and finally calmed down a little bit. Forget it, since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. Sophie couldn't help but shake his head, and looked at his hands, but with this little strength, he still has the nerve to call himself the best swordsman. He thought of Brando, and couldn't help but laugh at himself, but unexpectedly felt a little relaxed. Well, since he left that world, he had nothing to worry about anyway. But a flash of lightning cut through the darkness, and Sophie suddenly felt that this might be another chance given to him by the heavens. Once this thought was ignited, it spread uncontrollably in his heart. Because he thought of another thing, it can't be wrong, Erewhon. It was a country that had already fallen in the game, and in Brando's memory, the year of blossoms and summer leaves, that was the 375th year of the First Era, and the history in the game had already been written, the 44th year of the Second Era. Like a person who suddenly discovered that he had become a prophet, a terrifying shudder swept through Sophie's body. Yes. Here, no one was more familiar with what was happening and what would happen in this world than him. In his previous life, he had done nothing, hiding in the game to escape reality, and in this life, what should he do to be worthy of his second life? Sophie couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. This was the year of blossoms and summer leaves, the year when the First War of the Black Roses began. In this war, Erwin suffered a crushing defeat, but also embarked on the road to prosperity. He just happened to be the one who experienced this war personally. He remembered that it was the first time he came into contact with the world of the game, and the first country he chose was Erwin. He was once a complete newbie, and it was precisely in this war that he grew up. The beginning of the war was accompanied by the one-sided defeat of Erwin, and the situation gradually improved until the arrival of the Burgess Mountain Corps. Sophie's memory of this tragic war was very deep. He had followed the local garrison, but the survivors were less than 1 in 10. He was just an ordinary person, whether it was in his previous life or this life. Brando's swordsmanship was nothing, and in the beginning of this war, Madara's surprise attack was a textbook classic, fast and ruthless, silent, and when the ancient kingdom reacted, the garrison in this area had already suffered a disaster. It was on this day that Brando must have met the scouts of Madara's army. Sophie suddenly felt a chill down his spine, and only by surviving could he realize his ambitions. He knew that he had to save himself, and first of all, he had to find tools to stop the bleeding. The young man struggled to stand up by grabbing the handrail on the side of the corridor. Then he saw the structure of the room clearly, and just as he imagined, Erwin's southern architectural style was so familiar to him, because he had spent the most unforgettable time here. "Erwin, I'm back again," Sophie couldn't help but whisper softly. Chapter 13. Although the room was old, it was spotless. The original owner had kept it very clean. Sophie looked up and saw half of the skeleton on the ground that he had pushed away. A pile of bones lay there quietly. Brando's counterattack before his death was the only casualty of the undead scouts. Sophie knew that the skeleton soldiers lacked intelligence, but it was different when they were controlled by a necromancer. The young man's misjudgment had nothing to do with Brando because he did not know about it. In times of peace, not many people knew about this. The oil painting that was cut in half was lying flat on the ground. The skeleton soldier's cold sword was not far away. Sophie's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that Madara had decided to attack as soon as the scouts retreated. She did not even bother to clean up the battlefield. But this was also in line with his memory of history. Sophie suddenly raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes stopped on the oil painting that was cut in half. He did not see wrongly. There was a layer on the surface where the frame was cut in half. Wait, an ancestral oil painting? Sophie suddenly remembered. Could it be the famous oil painting of Bucci? He immediately struggled to walk over while holding the handrail. At the same time, he was alert to the movements around him. Sophie knew that Brando was killed by a necromancer of the lowest level. Although it was the lowest level, it was more than enough to deal with a normal person. In the game, low-level necromancers could cast some low-level black magic. They could also summon skeletons and zombies from nearby cemeteries. They were cunning by nature and used to sneak attacks. They were a huge threat to people who did not know them well. But Sophie was different. He knew the necromancer better than the necromancer. He lowered his body and pulled open the frame of the oil painting with both hands. With a ding, a ring rolled out from the inside. At this moment, he could not help but take a light breath. He was very familiar with the design of the ring. The silver ring glowed faintly in the dark. In addition to the general ring shape, there was a sacred wind empress pattern on the surface of the center. This pattern was not common in the southern part of Erewhon. It was the national emblem of San Orso in the north. Sophie carefully rubbed the ring with her thumb. This was the famous ring of the Wind Empress, the reward for the Butchie's oil painting mission. However, this mission disappeared in the next patch, and only a few people knew about it and completed it. Sophie was not one of them. He had only heard of this story. Legend had it that this ring was a fake keepsake of Delu, one of the 4 saints. But how could Brando's grandfather have this thing? In the game, the effect of the aura of the Wind Empress was dexterity +1, and it would consume energy to shoot out wind bullets to attack enemies in front of it. In the game, it would absorb 1 point of energy every 10 minutes, but he didn't know if it was the same here. As he looked at the ring, his heart couldn't help but pound, and he even forgot about the danger around him. The appearance of this ring indirectly confirmed his guess that this world was the one he was familiar with. Sophie couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He was a little worried at the moment, but after hesitating for a moment, he slowly put the ring on his index finger. The magic ring would only work when worn on the index finger and thumb. In Vons, the area between the index finger and thumb was called a mysterious domain by the witches of Turan. They believed that this was the center of the human body's magic power, and most of the magic hand gestures evolved from this place. But for Sophie, this was just a subconscious action under the constraints of the game rules, nothing more. Clang! He was about to use the ring, but at this moment, a loud noise came from the first floor, and he suddenly turned his head. Sophie was shocked and immediately became alert. This could be the sound of the undead, but even if it wasn't, it could attract enemies outside. He couldn't care about anything else, and immediately threw away the oil painting in his hand. He subconsciously backed up against the wall, and then carefully stared at the hall below. He immediately saw a sneaky figure. It was a girl wearing a simple leather dress. She carefully groped her way out from below, looking left and right, looking a little nervous, but she didn't pay attention to the top of her head. The girl was holding a stone hammer with both hands. She seemed to be struggling, but looking at her appearance, she seemed to be looking for something. Sophie couldn't help but sigh. He coughed. The sound wasn't loud, but it was unusually loud in the empty room. The girl was obviously shocked. She suddenly turned her head, and her small face was pale. But in all fairness, this young girl could be considered a beauty. Her chestnut-colored hair was tied up behind her head. She looked dignified, but under her jade-like forehead, there was a pair of slender eyes that always gave people a feeling of charm. The tips of her eyebrows were slightly raised, and her eyes were clear and flustered. Her nose was tall and straight. At a glance, one could tell that she was an extremely independent person. She had a unique temperament, but she definitely couldn't be called a lady. At least, if you saw a girl who was holding a masonry hammer with both hands and wearing a leather bag similar to those merchants in the south, you would find it hard to believe that she was a rich young lady with an excellent family background. When the girl saw Sophie, she suddenly relaxed. She let out a long breath and couldn't help but pat her chest, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. "It's you, Brando. You scared me. Miss Roman, how did you come in?" When Sophie saw the girl, he couldn't help but feel a headache. This was the girl that Brando had always admired. She lived in the house opposite with her aunt, and she often had some strange dreams. For example, she always wanted to go out to the outside world and become a traveling merchant. Sophie thought that this idea was a bit ridiculous. In Erewhon, traveling merchants were not a respected profession. Some of them were even confused with liars and thieves. During the reign of Anson VI, these people colluded with the bandits outside for many years and were deeply hated. They were even called people with 2 mouths and 3 hands. 2 mouths because they were good at talking and deceiving. 3 hands because their hands and feet were not clean, and they often did some petty theft. It could be said that these people were one of the biggest threats to local law and order. When Sophie was a newbie, 8 out of 10 missions were related to them. "I climbed in from the window outside your kitchen. By the way, your window is really small. It almost tore my skirt." The girl complained as she bent down to adjust her skirt. "No one let you in from there." After inheriting Brando's memory, Sophie was somewhat immune to the girl's personality, but she still could not help but complain in her heart. I'm not asking you this. He could not help but shake his head. I'm asking you, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? I'm worried about you, Brando. The Roman replied as she looked around. She was obviously very curious. Do you see that skeleton? She saw it too. However, Sophie noticed that the young lady's gaze had landed on her chest. Are you hurt? The future merchant girl turned her head and blinked her eyes. Yes, let me see. She lifted her skirt and ran a few steps up the stairs. She pressed the young man's hand that was covering the wound with her paw. Take your hand away. Why are you blocking it? It'll get infected. The girl complained as she looked at Sophie's wound. She took a deep breath and looked up. Such a serious injury. Sophie felt the girl's cold grip on his hand, and his heart skipped a beat. Although he knew that this was Brando's feeling, he did not deliberately stop it. It's okay, my ass. The merchant girl rolled her eyes at him, and then she looked for the leather bag hanging on her leather skirt. Wait, I think I have bandages. Sophie looked at her with interest. He knew that the things in Roman's bag were her treasures. Most of them were strange little things that Brando bought with her. For example, seashells by the sea, colored glass beads, copper whistles, ancient coins, and so on. These things were not worth much, but they were not common in this area. This future businesswoman's greatest hobby was to find these treasures in a pile of old goods. Although the two young people didn't have money, Roman could always find a way to buy some cheap and rare things that she liked. He pressed down on Roman's hand and shook his head. Let's go inside, it's too dangerous here. I'm not afraid of those skeletons. She looked up at him and finally found a first aid kit. Do you know how to bandage? I don't know how to. Sophie opened the kit and took out bandages and cotton wool. He was stunned. He had been looking for first aid kits because he subconsciously thought that this was the world of the game. In the game, the bandages would automatically stop bleeding and heal. But at this moment, he realized that bandaging in the real world was a professional skill. He could not just wrap a few rounds around the wound, right? Brando, do you want me to give it a try? The Roman girl looked eager to try. No need. Sophie quickly refused. Even if he was lucky, he should not torture himself like this. He suddenly felt that it was not a bad idea to treat a dead horse as a living horse. Anyway, he would do what he did in the game here. If he died, he could only blame God. He tore off the bandage and bit it in his mouth. Then, he took off his shirt and wrapped the bandage from the inside around the wound. He was at least an old hand at bandaging in the game, so he was quite familiar with the technique. He was careful not to press too hard. But suddenly, he froze. He saw a light green number, +1, slowly emerging from his wound. At that moment, Sophie's brain buzzed as if it had been hit by a heavy bomb. For a moment, he did not know what to do next. But he immediately reacted. As if he had been blessed by luck, he madly said in his heart, attributes, come out. He waited with a half-expectant and half-afraid mood. After waiting for about a second, a set of faint data appeared on his arms, thighs, joints, body, and heart. Strength 1. 0, Dexterity 2. 0, Physique 0. 9, then, another set of data floated in his vision like a ghost, Intelligence 1. 1, Will 1. 3, Wisdom 1. 0, Absolute Strength 1. 0, Elemental Attribute, Unawakened. Under this set of data, lines of text and values poured down like a waterfall, forming an illusory page. Brando, Human Male, Level 1, Strength System, Physical, Close Combat, XP, 1, Civilian Level 1, Militia Level 1, 0/3, Health, Weak 60%, Bandaged State, Recovers 1 HP per day, Inauguration. Civilian, Basic Knowledge, Level 1, Geographical Knowledge, Level 0, Local Knowledge, Level 1, Militia, Military Swordsmanship, Level 1, Combat Skills, Level 1. Tactical Theory, Level 0, Military Organization, Level 0, sure enough, sure enough. Sophie could not help but think about what kind of mentality a normal person would have if they won 5 million. It was probably what he was feeling now, right? Was this a dream? Definitely not. He knew that a person would not have such clear and strict logic in a dream. Very few people would doubt themselves in a dream. But was he still in the game? No, the game's history had already reached the 19th year of the Second Era. The young man felt that his mind was in a mess. It seemed that all the strange thoughts had rushed in at once, making him feel a little dizzy. But Sophie shook his head. He knew that all of this was real. He had read so many transmigration novels, and he was not the first person to transmigrate to the game world. Presumably, he would not be the last. Lord Martha, do you really exist? Sophie could not help but pray heavily to the only supreme God in this world. He stared blankly at the virtual data projected on his retina and could not help but ask himself, isn't this your world, Sophie? What else do you want? Yes, as a veteran warrior over level 130, what else could he ask for? Experience, he had. Foresight, he also had the ability to foresee the future. If he still could not control his own destiny, then he should really kill himself out of shame. But then again, it felt good to be full of confidence, really good. P.S. This chapter is about 4,000 words, and the results are not very good. Please click to recommend. Also, thank you to Lazy Side, Huali de Soros, Zippy Eyes, Scarlet Memoirs, D-Blade, Meow Meow, Xianyuan Blood, Hermit Fish, Devil D, Trickery, Money Shark, and a few others who voted for this review. But some of the friends who voted for this review were really unkind. _smiley face Chidian Chinese website www welcomes readers to read the latest, fastest, and hottest series of original works at Chidian Originals. Chapter 14. Brando. Roman poked his arm, and Sophie was immersed in checking his own attributes. His strength was only 1 ounce. He could not help but curse the NPC for having no human rights. Even a skeleton had 1. 5 ounces of strength. All the numerical units on the attributes were OZ, which was the abbreviation of the ancient word Ooth. The strength of 1 ounce meant that one could lift around 50 kilograms, and the strength of a punch would not exceed 150 kilograms, which was about the strength of an adult man. In the game, the basic attributes of the players were 2 ounces of strength, 2 ounces of agility, 2 ounces of vitality, 5 ounces of intelligence, willpower, and perceptive sense, which meant that they were about twice as strong as a normal person. Absolute strength, which was the so-called combat power, was about 5, which meant that it would not be a problem to deal with 5 normal people at the same time. Brando was a militia that had undergone months of training, and the difference in attributes was still so huge. Although the players started with heroic attributes, it should not be so ridiculous, right? He had always wanted to complain that the players started with heroic attributes, but in the end, their combat power was about the same as 2 skeletons. Who would have thought that from Brando's point of view, he would realize that the players in the past were really heroic with the protagonist's aura. When he thought that he might not even be able to defeat a skeleton, he could not help but feel sad. Sophie touched his arm, and the light green number playfully appeared in his vision. He realized that there were some differences between this world and the world he knew. In the game, the bandage should recover 1 HP per minute. Normally, a commoner's 6 HP would only take 6 minutes to recover, but it would take a few days in this world. This was not a good sign. Fortunately, the usage of skills were basically the same, and as long as he recalled the basic knowledge he obtained from his identity as a civilian, he would be able to recall some common knowledge about this world. Recalling the military organization he obtained from his identity as a militia, he would be able to recall Erwin's general knowledge about military organization. Although there were some differences, the knowledge seemed to exist directly in his real memory. Like swordsmanship, He could clearly feel that it was a skill that gathered bit by bit in his every move after months of training. For example, the posture when attacking, where the center of gravity should be placed, what to pay attention to under your feet, where your sword is, where the enemy's sword is, feints, and what the intention of the attack is. However, in the game, the system would only give you a few rough sword paths before you attacked. Then, it would help you adjust your attack during the attack. Here, you didn't need to know the why. You just needed to know the how. Although some veteran players would have their own insights, they would still have to rely on the system's assistance. Hence, you wouldn't see many gaming nerds becoming experts in swordsmanship or fighting in real life. There were some things that had no shortcuts. Sophie couldn't help but clench her fists. The feeling of being in control of herself was amazing. Compared to the stiffness in the game, the memories she controlled here were more like a part of her. She could use them as she wished. Of course, while he was thinking about this, he immediately turned around vigilantly when Roman poked him in the arm. His ears twitched slightly, and he could already hear the subtle sounds coming from outside the house. "Brando, did you hear that?" Romain went behind him and whispered. Sophie nodded. There was a row of footsteps outside, and there were quite a few of them. He was shocked and immediately guessed that the vanguard of Madara's army had arrived. He gestured for Romain to be quiet and immediately pulled Roman back. Madara's vanguard came faster than expected. At this moment, the countryside of Elsengran was still in a dream. No one would expect the coming disaster. Except for himself. Sophie could not help but frown because of the urgency of the situation. He brought Romain into the room at the end of the south side and gently closed the door. The room was filled with dust, and the two of them could not help but cough. This was a guest room that had not been used for a long time, but he knew that it was safe to monitor everything that was happening outside the manor from the window. Sophie walked to the window, gently swept away the dust, and lifted the curtain. Where did these things come from? Do you know where they came from? She asked curiously as she pulled her hand back without a trace. This is the army of Madara. The war has broken out. He carefully glanced outside as he answered. Sure enough, it was Madara's vanguard. Sophie could not help but take a light breath. In the middle of the manor stood a black mass of skeleton soldiers. He counted 3 small groups, a total of 45 skeletons. A dark red light jumped in the darkness. There were 3 liches controlling the low-level undead. They had the classic appearance of a skeleton wearing a long robe, holding a bone staff, and looking at the low-level Madara soldiers with flashing green phosphorescent eyes. Brando's grandfather's old house was located on a hillside not far from Buchi, overlooking the village. It was more like a small manor near the village. There used to be 5 or 6 families, but they all moved away, leaving only Roman and her aunt. The girl took a light breath in the darkness. Where's Aunt Jenny? She went to a nearby town and will be back for a week. Sophie could not help but look back at her. In the darkness, he could only see a pair of sparkling eyes, but they were flashing with an inexplicable excitement. Aren't you afraid? He could not help but ask. I don't know, Romain whispered. She looked up and said, but my heart is pounding, as if it's very exciting. Sophie was speechless. This young lady's way of thinking was indeed different from ordinary people. But some people were born to take risks. Perhaps Roman was such a person. He pretended not to hear and looked back at the window. The liches had not swept their eyes in this direction, so Sophie could continue to observe without worry. There were shadows in the forest in the distance, and there should be a lot of enemies in that direction. With a rough estimate, the size of Madara's vanguard was more than 100. This was not a small number. With such a large army, there must be a necromancer's apprentice secretly controlling them. In his opinion, this was simply bad news. In the game, a necromancer's apprentice in Madara was equivalent to a level 10 player. Even if they were alone, 7 or 8 well-trained adult men, soldiers or militia, would not be their opponent. Not to mention, there were only 2 of them, and the Roman had an army under his command. Sophie could not help but tap on the window sill with his finger. It would take at least 5 minutes for Butchie's guards to arrive here, which meant that if they encountered an enemy, they would have to defend themselves for at least 5 minutes before reinforcements arrived. This was under the condition that Butchie would discover that they were being attacked. But how could he warn them? He could not help but feel a little troubled. The best way was to set a fire. The bright fire and smoke would spread far in the dark, and the fire would be a clear warning to both humans and animals. But whether to set a fire, and how to set a fire, was still a problem. Brando? Will we die? It's hard to say. Silence fell in the dark room. The darkness was deep and serene, and only the cold moonlight from the corner of the window shone in, creating a small silver path in the dark house. Sophie pondered for a moment, and was about to close the curtains and calm down to think of a way to escape. But at this moment, a conversation came from outside. "Where is that pitiful worm's corpse? Bring him out for me to see." Didn't the information say that there were only 2 women living in this manor? First, it was a young man's voice, but it was somewhat cold and sharp. The voice that followed sounded dry and old, like the cracking of broken dead wood. "He's just an unlucky wretch, master." This conversation made Sophie's heart tighten. He looked outside again, and quickly found the source of the 2 voices under the shadow of a large tree. There, a guy wearing a loose black robe was talking to his underling, the necromancer. Sophie's gaze quickly fell on the other person's cuffs. He could vaguely see a circle of grayish-white bone decorations, which proved that the other person was indeed a necromancer's apprentice. He was not wrong. "Remember, I don't need your opinions. You just need to do as you're told." The necromancer under the black robe suddenly stopped talking and looked up at Sophie. Sophie's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately closed the curtains. Oh no, he thought that he was a veteran warrior over level 130, and had completely forgotten that the necromancer's perception and level of concealment were much higher than his. This way, he would not be discovered immediately, but it would definitely arouse the necromancer's suspicion. Sure enough, he immediately heard the necromancer say from outside, "Okay, hurry up and do it. I feel that there's a living person in the house. Be careful, these days I've been suspecting that the necromancer has discovered our plan. Oh no, the necromancer will take action as soon as they notice that Brando's corpse is missing." Sophie's mind raced. He immediately thought of the door behind the kitchen. But Elsingolan was a natural pasture, and there was no place to hide in the vicinity. There was a small forest at the bottom of the hill, but there was also a slope of more than 100 meters without any shelter. What should he do? Brando? Romain looked at him with a questioning gaze. "Follow me." Sophie gritted his teeth, and decided to take it one step at a time. He opened the door. Just then, he saw a necromancer and 2 skeleton soldiers entering the hall. The necromancer in a woven robe immediately noticed him and the Roman. The necromancer immediately raised the bone staff in its hand, but Sophie reacted faster than it. The young man did not hesitate to raise his right hand and pointed the ring on his index finger at the necromancer. OSS. Note, in the ancient language of Vaughn's, wind. He could only pray that the ring was still useful. Fortunately, Sophie immediately felt the ring warm up, and the air in front of him seemed to suddenly expand, and then there was a loud crash. As if a hurricane had swept through the necromancer, the 2 skeleton soldiers beside it, and the door of the mansion shattered into pieces. Countless wood chips, stone fragments, and bone fragments expanded outwards in an instant, and then fluttered down like butterflies fluttering in the sky. At the moment of the explosion, 5 golden light spots flew out from the necromancer's and skeleton soldiers' bodies, and quickly merged into Sophie's chest. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and even the young man himself did not notice it. But after the explosion, only a huge radioactive pattern was left on the ground. Everything quieted down, and Sophie was so shocked that she didn't know what to do. In the game, the wind bomb caused 30 points of air damage, and it was more than enough to kill the necromancer and skeleton soldiers, but the effect was not that exaggerated, right? There was a huge hole in the door of the old mansion, which was his grandfather's property. But Sophie did not think that it was over, and he immediately realized that he had to escape. "Brando, you're a wizard!" the Roman shouted in surprise. "No, I'll explain to you later." He took a deep breath, pulled the other person and rushed downstairs. The kitchen was on the first floor, and he had to reach there before the other person could react. "Wait, Brando, I can't keep up with you. Be careful, we're going downstairs." Ah! The sudden explosion caused the skeletons outside to turn their heads, but they lacked intelligence, and only instinctively reacted to the sound. Thus, they stood there without moving, passively waiting for the necromancer's orders. The necromancer's green phosphorescence suddenly jumped, and it immediately raised its bone staff, and a small flame flashed on the top of the staff. "Don't use fire, you idiot!" The black-robed wizard who suddenly appeared pressed down on the necromancer's bone staff, and gritted his teeth as he scolded. The previous explosion had probably attracted the attention of the people of Buchi, and if there was a fire now, it would only alert the people in the village. He immediately turned his head and pointed towards the house. "Soldiers, catch those two guys." With a swoosh, the skeletons uniformly pulled out their long swords, and then rushed into the house. Sophie had already rushed down the stairs at this time, and when he saw the skeletons outside and the countless red dots in the darkness, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. But he was not a level 100 veteran warrior, and the ring in his hand was in a state of charging, so he could only brace himself. Once he was surrounded by these skeletons, he would probably be chopped into minced meat. Misfortune never comes alone. Sophie couldn't help but feel a wave of helplessness. The pain in his chest was terrible, but he still rushed to the kitchen before the skeletons. The young man immediately closed the door, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a few sharp swords pierced through the door. Fortunately, he retracted his hand quickly, or else he would have been nailed to the door. That was close. Sophie's heart thumped, and he looked around. The other side of the kitchen was the exit, but he knew that he couldn't just leave like that. He had to think of a way to warn the people of Buchi, and only then could he save his life. Also, the fire could block the low-level undead. "Brando?" The merchant girl bent over to catch her breath, and she couldn't help but raise her head to look at Brando. She had never seen such a decisive and brave side of him, and couldn't help but be surprised. "Miss Roman, please guard the door." Sophie was not in the mood to explain anything at this time, and he had to seize every minute and second. Crack, 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 the skeletons on the other side began to attack the wooden door of the kitchen. This door was not originally prepared for defense, and soon there were a few holes in it. "Me?" Roman blinked. "Yes, give me some time." "What are you doing?" the merchant girl asked curiously. "I have to think of a way to warn the people in the village that this is Madara's undead army, and we have to warn the others." Sophie tried to calm himself down, and he answered while he rummaged around to look for the flint. He remembered where he had put it. "Okay, I'll do it." Roman immediately walked over and stood between Sophie and the door. "Will it be okay?" "Of course." The merchant girl waved the masonry hammer in her hand, and said matter-of-factly, "I'll do my best, I'll become a great merchant in the future." Sophie stopped, looked at her, and couldn't help but nod. "You will, Miss Roman." "Yes, Brando." P.S. 2 updates a day, that's enough. I hope there are fewer irresponsible comments in the book review section. Thank you for your help. I hope there are more meaningful book reviews in the book review section. Can everyone support me a little more? This book is still on page 42 of the new book, Poor. Chapter 15. That was Sophie's plan. If his memory served him right, Buchi's guard captain should be the famous veteran, Martin. He was a veteran who had experienced the November War, just like Brando's grandfather. Sophie knew about him because this NPC would teach the traveler the inspect skill in the game. But the reason why this veteran was famous was because during the First War of the Black Rose, he made a huge mistake as the guard captain of Buchi. He misjudged the purpose of Madara's army. He thought that the enemy was just going to invade the borders as usual, so he moved the villagers of Buchi away. He originally had a chance to fight back and defeat the undead army's vanguard, and then retreat with ease. Unfortunately, this opportunity was missed by him. He should have become a hero of the kingdom, but in the end, he walked on a dark path. Sophie was both amazed and curious about such a person. He was amazed at the latter's situation in the latter half of his life, but he was curious about how he discovered Madara's undead army in the first place. After all, this was the only variable in the entire Grenoir's region. Could it be because of me? An impossible thought popped into Sophie's mind. But he immediately threw this ridiculous thought out of his mind. Now he wanted to change history, and he had to think of a way to remind the enemy. Fire, in military regulations, symbolized warning and invasion. Sophie could only hope that the enemy was awake enough. Banging sounds could be heard outside the door, and as the seconds passed, it was as if they were immersed in a tense atmosphere. Brando, they're coming in. The Roman held the masonry hammer tightly with both hands, and she frowned as she stared at the kitchen door, as if she was afraid that it would be accidentally knocked open. Sophie did not have the time to think about this. Once the skeleton soldiers swarmed in, they would be dead. But when he heard Romaine's shout, he could not help but turn back to look at the door. The kitchen door made a creaking sound, and sharp swords were constantly being stabbed and pulled out. Madara's swords were as sharp as the fangs of a beast. Something outside suddenly hit the door, and with a loud bang, a layer of dust fell from the roof. The wooden door creaked and groaned, and the crack widened a lot in an instant. Calm down, calm down. Just treat it as a game. Sophie, think about all the missions you've been through. This time, it's nothing. He tried to take a deep breath to calm himself down. He wrapped the cloth soaked in oil around a bundle of straw and firewood, and tied it tightly with a leather band. He was very familiar with the process. Making a torch was a basic skill in the game, although it wasn't even a basic skill. This was one of the better ones. He also knew how to make a torch that could only burn for 5 minutes. He remembered that he had tried it once in the underground tunnels of Nocturne and Haine using dry lichens and shrubs. However, there was not much time left for him. Soon, the door shook violently again, and the door frame made a loud creaking sound. Dust flew everywhere, and then fell down in a flurry. Brando. Roman felt her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She blinked her bright eyes. I'm here. Don't worry, just hold on a little longer. Sophie was sweating profusely. He used the iron bar to saw the flint several times. Sparks flew everywhere, but he still couldn't light the torch. After all, there were some differences between reality and the game. The huge strength of the skeleton soldier first made the latch unable to withstand the force. It broke from the middle with a crack. The wooden door tilted, but it still didn't open. A bare skeleton hand reached in from the outside, intending to break the latch from the inside. The young merchant was shocked. She immediately raised her hammer and swung it, but the hammer hit the skeleton with a bang. The skeleton soldier of Madara didn't feel any pain. It paused for a moment, and then continued to pull the latch. Roman saw this scene and was stunned for a moment. She even forgot about the hammer in her hand. Brando, what should we do? She immediately asked nervously. At this time, the flame finally lit up. At the same time, the latch fell to the ground with a clang. The door opened, and the skeleton soldier outside with a sword pushed the door open and stepped in. It turned its head, and the 2 red flames in its black eye sockets locked onto the 2 pale-faced young men. What was the young man doing? Before it could react, a black object grew larger and larger in the undead's hazy vision. Immediately, a hatchet was inserted into its head with a click. This is your last move. When you throw the sword, remember to keep your hands steady and your center of gravity low. Don't hesitate. You must try to form a straight line between you and your target. If your enemy is a skeleton, then your best target is the joint between the shoulder blade and the arm, the thigh, or the spine. Unless you are confident that you can decapitate it, the skull is not its biggest weakness. What the hell? Sophie looked at the skeleton soldier that was leaning backward and couldn't help but curse in his heart. The throwing technique in military swordsmanship was a profound skill, but for a veteran warrior like him, it was not a problem. But when he threw the hatchet, Sophie suddenly remembered that he was no longer a veteran. In the game, with his strength, the hatchet would have split the skeleton in half along its skull. But now, just like what Brando learned in the militia training, the skeleton would only be slightly hindered. A hatchet inserted into the skull would not cause any damage to the skeleton's overall structure. Miss Roman, be careful. Seeing that the skeleton was about to stand up again, he immediately pulled Romaine, who was in a daze, behind him. Brando. Romaine was scared out of her wits. Don't worry, I'm here. Although Sophie said that, he was actually not very confident, especially when he saw the dense crowd of skeleton soldiers that were about to rush in. In such a critical situation, he couldn't care less. He looked around, but there was nothing he could use. But the skeleton was about to stand up. What should he do? Should he just give up like that? Sophie shook his head. He swore that he had never been so reckless in his life. Of course, the experience in the game didn't count. He only felt that his heart was blank. He could only take a gamble. If he didn't succeed, he would die for a righteous cause. He rushed forward, gritted his teeth, and grabbed the skeleton's arm that was holding the sword. Then, almost subconsciously, he threw the skeleton backwards. In a tense situation, people would often use all their strength subconsciously. The skeleton lost its balance and could not resist at all. It fell backward with a creak, and the skeleton soldiers behind it were all pushed back. Madara's undead that were rushing into the room stopped for a moment. It was only for a moment, but it was enough. The young man couldn't help but feel confused. He almost couldn't believe that he had succeeded. This was reality. Was he really that useless gaming geek? He subconsciously threw the torch in his other hand at the dry straw, leather products, and firewood that had been piled up in the corner to ignite the fire. The flame rose up in an instant. Let's run, Brando. Romaine ran up from behind and grabbed his hand. She felt that she had never been so nervous in her life. She remembered that the first time she met the young man next door was more than a year ago. She only felt that he was a little shy and easy to talk to. But today, that ordinary young man had shown extraordinary calmness and bravery. Was this the reliable man that Auntie had been whispering about, the kind of temperament that he had shown in the face of danger? What a strange feeling. Romaine couldn't help but have some inexplicable thoughts. She noticed that when she grabbed the young man's wrist, her heart couldn't help but beat faster. Brando? The smoke had already filled the air, and the kitchen was filled with the choking smell of smoke. Only then did Sophie wake up with a start. Martha above, he actually burned down her grandfather's old house. Brando would have to bear the consequences this time, even though he was Brando now. His mind was in a mess, but Brando's memories still prevailed in the chaos. But soon, a dry, low voice came from behind the smoke. Hurry up, undead soldiers. Put out the fire and get that bug out. We've only got a minute, the voice reminded the young man that he was still in danger and had to find a way to escape. But Sophie knew that the low-level undead that were powered by the soul fire were instinctively afraid of fire. It would be difficult for the Lich to get his skeletons to overcome this in a short time, so this was his turn. But fire was a double-edged sword, and he had to hurry. Miss Roman, follow me. Sophie pulled a roll of sausages from the ceiling and led Romaine to the back door. It wasn't that he was greedy, but it was almost a subconscious instinct for the players in the Amber Sword to prepare food before escaping. The fire was getting bigger and bigger, and the surroundings were in a sea of fire. Smoke filled the air, and the temperature rose rapidly. But Sophie quickly found the small door that delivered food in his memory. He pushed it and it was locked. Sophie coughed, and Romaine coughed violently behind him. He calmed himself down and felt down, and immediately found the metal latch. He was about to open it, but hesitated. Something else occurred to him. Freya. Perhaps for the people living in the Elsengolan Mountains, the stars in April were not much different from the night sky in May. But since the end of the 5th month, the temperature had gradually risen. Looking down from the gentle slope of the Pine Mountain Range, it had been a sea of red and white flowers since the beginning of summer. In times of peace, this was the most peaceful countryside in all of Aween, but for hundreds of years, it had been ravaged by the flames of war. The girl looked up. In the summer night, the sky was crystal clear. From the west to the east, a bright belt of light ran through the night sky, passing through the many mythical constellations. She was standing at the entrance of the village, looking up at the mountain. Freya was a little worried. The loud noise from before was particularly unsettling. Recently, there were rumors of undead movements in the vicinity. Could it be? Hearing the shout, she turned around and was surprised to see a young boy running out of the village. He ran to her side in a panic and bent down, gasping for breath. "What's wrong, Petite Finesse? What happened?" The girl's voice was soft and clear. "Did you hear the sound just now?" "Yes, that's why I came out to take a look." She could not help but look in the direction of the hillside. "I'm really worried about the Roman." Her aunt also went to the nearby town. "I heard that it's not very safe recently. I asked her to stay at my house for 2 days, but she didn't agree." The boy looked up at her and could not help but widen his eyes. The girl's light brown hair was tied into a simple ponytail at the back of her head, which set off her heroic figure. She was wearing a tight gray leather armor with a thick cotton shirt inside. On her left shoulder was an armband with an abstract pine leaf painted with black paint. She also had a short sword at her waist. It was a medieval Western European short sword. The iron plate on the sword guard had a flame emblem. If Sophie was here, she would be able to recognize her attire at a glance. Bucci's militia. The Golan black pine was the most common tree in the Elsengolan Mountains, and it was also the emblem of the local forces in Bucci. However, the guards were well equipped and equipped with battle robes. Only the local militia would wear the gray leather armor sewn with the fur of the gray mane cow. In Erewhon, every local youth would receive militia training. This training usually started when they were 14 years old, between October and March every year, and would only end when they were 19 years old. Youths and even adults who had received the training could become militia at any time during peacetime, and become the most important backup during wartime. Therefore, ever since the decree was issued during the Year of Thunder, militia training became one of the most important military measures in Erewhon. "Doesn't that kid live there? I heard that he was a militia in Braggs." The boy was puzzled. "TSK, the people in the city are not trustworthy." The girl flipped her long ponytail and could not help but frown. "It's because that guy is there that I don't feel at ease." "You're just prejudiced, Sister Freya. What do you know?" "Forget it." The girl lectured without turning her head. "All right, if you have something to say, say it quickly. Boys shouldn't talk too much like girls, okay?" Petite Finesse shrunk his neck. "Did you know, Captain Martin has already ordered the guards to gather?" Freya's bright eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "Captain Martin? How did you know?" "That guy Breton told me." Petite Finesse blinked and replied. "When I came out, he was already on his horse reporting to the guards." "Do you know what happened?" "I don't know." The boy shook his head. The girl turned her head and looked at the direction of the hillside worriedly. In the darkness, she could only vaguely see the outline of the manor. "Wake everyone up, we're going too." "Freya, it's so late, Aunt Sil will kill us." The boy widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. "Let's wait for tomorrow's news." What a coward. The girl couldn't help but glare at him, but she also knew that Petite Finesse was telling the truth. Thinking of her aunt's deterrence, even though she was the captain of Bucci's militia, she still didn't dare to act rashly. "Aren't you the same?" The boy just muttered, but he saw the girl turn her head and solemnly signal him to keep quiet. "Freya?" "Shoo," the girl tilted her head and made a listen gesture. In the darkness, there was clearly a faint whining sound. "What's that sound?" The whining sound came from afar. It was above her head and was very fast. The girl's face changed. She raised her head and wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. A black shadow suddenly plunged down from the sky and drilled into her shoulder, causing her to scream and fall backwards. Big sister! Run, petite finesse, run! The ponytailed girl shouted in pain. Arrows fell like rain. Sophie stopped. What's wrong, Brando? Cough cough. The future merchant girl probably felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but ask. Sophie didn't answer. He remembered something. When Madara launched the attack, it was in the game. In the game, it was inevitable that they couldn't avoid the players. Unlike the NPCs, players didn't work at sunrise and rest at sunset. It could even be said that a considerable number of them were true nocturnal creatures. He remembered that when Madara launched the operation, there were also players in other places who interfered with them. Players like himself, but most of Madara's operations were successful. Why? Yes, he finally remembered such an era. When the ancient country of Erewhon was dying, its neighbors were ushering in such an era, a turbulent era. A gathering of generals, Sophie couldn't help but sigh. In this era of Madara, not only was there an endless stream of legendary generals whose names would shake the continent, but it also benefited from the military reform 7 years ago, year 368, the Black Rose Revolution. This reform created a solid foundation for it, and it cultivated an endless stream of excellent apprentices that supported the country's war strength from the bottom. And this strength would eventually be displayed in such a war. In the First Black Rose War, Madara's army showed strong execution and judgment that was enough to make everyone look askance. But unfortunately, until the fall of Erewhon, the world didn't have any real vigilance. That was exactly the case. The country in the darkness was rising, and soon it would be like the sun in the sky. Those guys are not ordinary. As an old enemy, Sophie had a deep impression of Madara's outstanding officers. Only those who had fought with them for a long time would know how shrewd they were. Sophie's hand rested on the cold door latch, and his heart turned cold. The moment he closed the door, the enemy would have already launched an attack on Butchie. They wouldn't give him the time to provide an alarm to the village, even if it was just a possibility. And there might be Madara's skeleton soldiers behind the door. What should he do? P.S. This chapter is 5,000 words. Be kind. Make a wish. If I can make it to the front page tomorrow, I'll add a chapter on top of the double update. Chapter 16. Lord Marsa, my soldiers have opened the door, but the inside has already been set ablaze. My skeletons hesitated in front of the filthy flames, and I need some time for them to get used to it. The necromancer lowered its head, and the green flames in its eye sockets flashed with a cunning light. However, it placed its withered arm in front of its chest to express its absolute obedience. Madara had a strict hierarchy, and anyone who tried to overstep it would feel fear from the depths of their soul. Especially the necromancers behind the Black Codex, who were naturally good at manipulating and playing with the pain of the soul. The necromancer's apprentice used his pale and slender fingers to lightly tap on his dark black silk robe. He stood on the hill and looked down at the village below. In the darkness, Butchie's bell was ringing, and the human society was in deep fear. However, this was just the beginning of a nightmare. Not far away, rows of skeletons were disappearing into the darkness. On the side of the forest, there was a reserve team hidden. He ordered them to shoot arrows, and soon, the first wave would be released. The next wave would be arrows with fire. Blue flames, cold soul flames. The raging flames in the darkness would cause all living things to panic. He wanted to create a little panic so that the skeletons would attack. How much time? The future necromancer's voice was cold and sharp. The necromancer lowered its head and estimated, 8 minutes, no, at most 5 minutes. I don't have that time, but I can leave a team of people for you. 11 skeletons, is that enough, Kabuka? Plenty, my master. The future necromancer smiled coldly. Be careful, don't let the rats escape from the back door. Master, please be at ease. I have already arranged the back door according to Master's orders. Then, I hope that when I return in triumph, I will receive good news, Kabuka. The necromancer's apprentice pointed forward and looked at his subordinates meaningfully. Now, I will accept the surrender of this village and taste the eternal death of humans in fear. However, in the name of Martha, I hope that my decision to attack early will not bring any trouble to Sir and Sirsta. As you wish, my master. The necromancer lowered its head deeply. Thick smoke billowed in the room, and from time to time, flames would lick out from under the smoke. The rising flames not only blocked the invasion of the undead, but also blocked the sight of humans. The rising temperature had already scorched their backs, and the hot smoke made it hard for them to open their eyes. Their throats and noses were stinging, but Sophie's heart was still cold. What should he do? What happened? Give me the hammer. The young man finally stretched out his hand. He listened, and in addition to the flaying and burning of the flames, he faintly heard a unique sound echoing through the mountains, the sound of a bell. Butchie's alarm. Martha above, I hope the village guards are smart enough. Sophie prayed silently in her heart. As for the militia, he didn't count on them. They were just hot-blooded young people. He only hoped that they could survive the night. These people were Erwin's future seeds. He immediately felt that he might have been overthinking things. Perhaps he wouldn't even be able to pass the next stage. Are there enemies outside? Romaine blinked her eyes and handed the hammer over. It's hard to say, but it's better to be prepared. Sophie tried to think positively, but the better he thought, the worse the situation would be. He had to be prepared. He was a veteran warrior, and veteran warriors didn't rely on luck, but on caution. Brando. Yes? He stopped opening the door. You seem a little different today. Had he been exposed? Sophie's heart tightened. But that's not right. Logically speaking, his personality was quite similar to Brando's, and he also inherited the latter's memories. How could he be exposed so quickly? What? He couldn't help but ask nervously. Yes, I can't really explain it. It's just a feeling. The future Romaine thought for a moment, and replied seriously, You will protect me, right, Brando? Is there a problem? No, thank you. You don't have to treat me as a good person, Miss Roman. Sophie smiled faintly and didn't reply, but the tension in her heart had dissipated by quite a bit. He took a deep breath, tensed his body, and gently unlatched the door. Then he placed his hand on the cold doorknob. It was about to open. What kind of fate awaited him outside? A whole new world? Or a sudden death? God, you wouldn't play with me like this, right? But trying to figure out Martha's intentions was a big taboo. Miss Roman, I'll count to 3, and you'll rush out with me. Okay. 3, oh. Ouch. Sorry, I was too nervous, I should have counted. It's okay, Brando. Roman couldn't help but cover her face. She was blushing when she bumped into the young man's solid back, and her heart was thumping. She wasn't such a shy person before. But Sophie wasn't in the mood to understand the girl's thoughts. He was a little embarrassed to have made such a mistake. He remembered that he was supposed to be very calm. It was just a few small skeletons. He gritted his teeth and opened the door. Before the smoke cleared, a shining sword had already pierced in. There was an ambush. Sophie's heart had never been so calm before. It was as if the 31 years of experience of being a warrior in the game had merged with his life in this world. The black rose emblem of Bramanter on the iron plate was so eye-catching in his eyes. Madara's sword drew a dazzling straight line. Stiff. Sophie knew where the opponent's weakness was. He also knew that he couldn't fight with his strength. He immediately pressed the Roman's back and dodged to the side. It was just a hair's breadth away, and the cold sword cut through his clothes. After that, Sophie swung her hammer forward. After the smoke and dust parted, a skeleton's chest was revealed. With a crisp crack, 3 ribs were broken at the same time. The skeleton couldn't withstand the force and staggered backward. The young man took the opportunity to rush out of the sea of fire. He immediately looked around the battlefield. There were 4 skeleton soldiers. He couldn't help but gasp. If there were only 1 or 2 skeletons, he might have had the mood to curse. But at this moment, his heart was cold. It seemed that God knew his nature very well. He only had one thought left. The opponent really thought highly of him. He must have been dealt with as a scout. That was also true. Sophie thought that his performance was not inferior to the average human scout. Because in such a small place, even if there were scouts, they would only be ordinary hunters. But it seemed that it was not a good thing to stand out too much. He felt Roman holding his hand tightly from behind. The girl's subconscious actions revealed her nervousness. He wanted to say something to comfort her, but he didn't know what to say. He looked up. The dark forest was just below the hillside. But how could he cross the distance in the middle? He didn't have wings. The mountain wind blew, and his wet forehead was cold. The 4 skeleton soldiers had already surrounded him. What should I do? Close my eyes and wait for death? Sophie could only subconsciously protect Romain behind him. He couldn't help but think that it would be good if he was still a level 130 warrior. Dealing with these skeletons would be a piece of cake. But there were no ifs in this world. Reality was really detestable. Wait, level? The young man suddenly realized that he seemed to have overlooked something. His heart couldn't help but tremble. Yes, the Ring of the Wind Empress. He clearly used the Ring of the Wind Empress to kill a lich and 2 skeletons. In addition to the skeleton that Brando killed before he died, he had 6 experience points. In the game, a swordsman only needed 5 experience points to level up from level 1 to level 2. His only hope was that this place was not too different from the game. 6 experience points, the omnipotent and omniscient Martha. As long as he had a new level, he would have a chance to escape. Sophie knew that he didn't have much time. The 4 skeletons were already in front of him. He might only have a breath's time, for seconds, to live or die. He used the fastest speed imaginable to cast a piece of dark green data on his retina. XP, 6, Commoner level 1, Militia level 1, 0/3, thank God. He knew what he needed. Although it was a waste to invest experience points in a militia class, he couldn't care less at this moment. No matter how wasteful it was still better than becoming a cold corpse, wasn't it? Militia, 6 experience points, quick, let me level up. He tried his best to think in his heart. The 4 skeletons had already raised their swords. He felt Romain hugging him tightly from behind. Brando, they're coming. But the data quickly changed. XP, 0, Commoner level 1, Militia level 2, 6/10. A warm current flowed through Sophie's body. He knew that he could get 0. 1 ounce of strength and 0. 1 ounce of vitality from the militia class. But it didn't matter. It was important to know that when a swordsman leveled up from level 1 to level 2, their strength and vitality would be increased by 0. 2 ounces, not to mention their dexterity and perceptive sense. So compared to the militia class, he was useless. But it didn't matter. The important thing was that Sophie knew that when a character leveled up from level 1 to level 2, he would get 3 chances to choose his innate skill. Yes, this was the first time. It was also the fairest time. This was the first time he would be reborn. He waited anxiously, 1 second felt like 10,000 years. But finally, the insignia that represented his innate skill lit up on his status panel. Innate skill, unyielding. Sophie's eyes lit up with a blazing flame. For swords were on his body, but he only symbolically raised his masonry hammer, avoiding his head, heart, and other important parts. Pu. At least 3 swords stabbed into the young man's body at the same time. He only felt one thing, it was F*King painful. But Sophie knew that with his innate skill, he wouldn't faint from blood loss for at least 5 minutes, and he definitely wouldn't die from any physical attacks for at least half an hour. Now he only had one chance, and that was to bring Roman away from here, and then use the remaining time to find a life potion. He didn't know if there was such a thing in this world, but he could only believe that there was. Because he had no other choice. Brando. Roman was so scared that his voice changed. Hold on tight to me, Roman. Hold on tight to me. The young man didn't have time to explain, he couldn't help but burst out in anger. Brando, who was covered in blood, looked like a real hero at this moment. The girl couldn't help but stare blankly at him. I know, I'm sorry, Brando. Sophie took a deep breath. He didn't know how many times he had done this, but he really needed to calm down first. Although taking a breath made him feel as if his wounds were being torn apart, he understood that the pain was just an illusion. The 3 skeletons pulled out their swords, they were stunned for a moment. Because in their eyes, this human was gradually losing the heat of life, and another kind of power was spreading out from his body. The power of the soul. The innate skill of unyielding will unearth the fire of the soul from within. It was similar to driving the undead away. Therefore, the undead thought that Sophie was one of their kind, but there was a misunderstanding here. Because Sophie didn't think so. He clenched his teeth and swung his sledgehammer, sending the 4 skeletons flying. This wasn't because the young man's strength suddenly increased, but because it was completely out of the opponent's expectations. Sophie grabbed Roman's hand and took this opportunity to quickly rush out. Miss Roman. He said with difficulty while running. Yes. Listen carefully. Sophie said while gasping for breath. The innate skill didn't overdraw his physical strength, he already felt that the scenery around him was somewhat blurred. Only the whistling sound of the wind was left in his ears because he was running. If I faint, bring me to Buchi, be careful to avoid Madara. Go to the holy temple in town, find health potions, do you understand? I understand, Brando. You won't die, right? I don't know, cough. Let's see what Master Martha arranges. Sophie didn't know if Romain really understood, but he only had the strength to say so much, the rest was just like what he said, let's leave it to fate. He couldn't help but turn his head. In a blur, the fire on the hillside was soaring to the sky. He sighed and closed his eyes tiredly. Was he really that otaku who was addicted to games? Perhaps at this moment, the life of the past was really far away from him. He really couldn't believe that there would be a day when he was so brave and decisive. Maybe even if he died like this, he would feel at ease. Because I'm no longer a useless person, P.S. Can today's results let me watch at midnight? Let's wait and see. I hope that there will be fewer crappy book reviews in the book review section, and more meaningful book reviews like Marshall Xinglong's. Qidian website welcomes all readers to read. The latest, fastest, and most popular series are all at Qidian Originals. Chapter 17. Sophie felt like he was in a long dream. In a quiet and dark environment, everything in the dream seemed bizarre. However, there was only a black moon, a dark lake, and a tall tower that stood silently in the middle of the dream. Did the moon symbolize something? What did the tower symbolize? Or was it just a nightmare? Sophie did not know, just like he did not know when he would wake up. This state lasted until he heard a conversation in a daze. Freya. Brayden, have you contacted him? It was a girl's voice, bright and clear. No, there's a group of monsters guarding the road. We can't find where Uncle Marden and the others went, and this guy. The second voice was still a child, and the source of the voice turned to him. Sophie's heart skipped a beat, and he seemed to feel a gaze on him. This gaze was like a link to the world, causing his body to gradually sink. The next moment, the young man realized that it was gravity. Sophie finally confirmed that he could feel his body, although it was still not under his control. His breathing was a little erratic. Was he dead? He's injured, take care of him. The girl's voice replied. Injured? Was it talking about him? Yes, he was seriously injured. His thoughts became clear, and everything that happened before was like an early movie in his mind. From the moment he was reborn in the body of the young man named Brando, Sophie never thought that he would one day be able to risk his life to do something. It did not seem like a decision that an otaku would make. But he succeeded in the end, for Martha's sake. Freya, he's awake. The child suddenly said. What? I saw his eyelids move. That's impossible. He was seriously injured. Maki said. Seriously injured? Indeed, Brando was already seriously injured, and later when he activated his ability, he was stabbed 3 times. He remembered clearly that each of the stabs to his lower abdomen and right chest were genuine piercing wounds. Sophie's mind became active, and with a thought, the sounds around him became clear. The sound of panicked shouts, the crackling of the flames, the clashing of metal, and the sound of footsteps mixed together to drown out the previous conversation. The surrounding temperature gradually rose. At first, he felt a warm heat licking his face, but after a while, the temperature gradually became hot. Hot. He blinked his eyes and struggled to open his eyelids. The first thing he saw was a girl's shocked face. The girl who should be called Freya, Sophie's first impression of her completely matched his imagination of the owner of the bright and clear voice. She had light brown hair, big bright eyes, and her long hair was tied into a ponytail, which accentuated her heroic face. She was looking at him with her head lowered, and Sophie was also looking at her at the same time. She wore a close-fitting gray-white leather armor with a thick cotton shirt underneath. On her left shoulder was an armband with a beautiful black pine leaf painted on it with native paint. Wuxia's militia. He also noticed the sword in the girl's hand. It was a medieval Western European sword, and the iron plate on the sword guard had a flame emblem. It was the symbol of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. He looked up and saw the blood-stained bandages on the other side of her shoulder and left chest. Had she been in a battle? Every detail could not escape Sophie's eyes. When he woke up, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Where is this place? Where's the Roman, cough cough? Sophie felt as if a soldering iron had fallen into his throat, burning and dry. The pain in his chest gradually spread to his whole body, and he could not help but cough softly. But the forest was quiet, and the only response he got was the sound of the wind from the Pine Mountain range. But the sound of the wind passed through the thick needles of the grand black pine, and became soft and gentle. The rustling sound was like a small river flowing by his ears. No one answered. He's awake. I can't believe that he could survive with that kind of injury. It must be the final radiance of the setting sun. Only then did the whispers around him reach his ears. Sophie was a little confused. What's going on? These people should be Wuxia's militia, right? Was he saved by the other party? Then what about the merchant lady? Did the plan succeed? Did Captain Martin understand what I meant? He could not help but turn his head. The first thing that entered his eyes was a bright bonfire. The flames danced in his vision, and the sparks rose up along the black pine, disappearing into the night sky. You're awake? The girl finally reacted and hurriedly stopped him. Wait, don't move. This is Wuxia, do you remember? Wuxia. Wuxia. Sophie repeated the name of the place. Can you tell me what happened? He exhaled. Logically speaking, he was already dead, no matter if it was in the game or in real life. The only possibility was that the Roman lady had really found the health potion. Petitfinus and Maki found you in the forest not far away. Freya looked at him curiously. Although this young man called Brando had been in their village for almost a year, he did not have much contact with the other young people in the village. He always stayed in his dark house alone, and only occasionally accompanied the Roman to the nearby town. Even a fool in the nearby area would know that this young man was interested in the girl who dreamed of being a merchant. Of course, the latter was an exception. When Freya thought of this, she could not help but look at him again with a trace of suspicion. You too? Sophie asked. You and the Roman, I really wonder how you escaped. The girl could not help but sigh. What's wrong with her? She's fine. Don't worry, she's 10,000 times better than you. You should be more concerned about your own situation. Freya touched his forehead and asked softly, but she keeps saying that she wants to go to the village. Do you know what's going on? Sophie was startled. In other words, he had not used the health potion. Then what about his injuries? As if it was an instinctive reaction, he subconsciously opened his status interface. Dark green data flowed on his retina, and in the character status column, he was stunned to see a line of small words: health, near death, weak 10%, bandaged, recovers 1 health point per day, impossible. Sophie's first reaction was to think that he was dreaming. No one knew his own condition better than he did. There were fatal wounds all over his body, and he was bleeding profusely. No matter how he looked at it, he should be dead for sure. How could he still have 10% of his health? Sophie shook his head, trying to clear his mind, but he saw the girl beside him with a nervous expression. Don't move, you're heavily injured. Don't worry. He waved his hands subconsciously. Sophie was clear about his own condition. Although he had some doubts, he was not in a state of blood loss, and there were no other abnormalities. Although he was still weak and near death, he knew that he could not rush it. He could only rely on slowly recuperating. Because his injuries were stable, at least his life was not in danger. And this was what he was most confused about. How did his injuries stabilize? The unyielding talent did not have this ability. You. Freya could not help but widen her eyes. She had never seen someone who did not care about his life. At first, everyone thought that this guy was dead for sure, but they didn't expect him to wake up. Just this alone should be enough to thank Mother Marcia for her favor, right? The problem was that this despicable guy still didn't seem to care at all. He should cherish his own life. Lie back down. The girl could not help but take a deep breath and ordered with gritted teeth. Sophie was stunned and could not help but look at the girl. What was wrong with this girl? You also received militia training, right? My name is Freya, and I'm the leader of Butchie's 3rd militia unit. I'm requesting you to listen to my orders for the time being. Freya's face reddened as she realized she had lost her composure. Is that all right? You are Freya? Sophie was shocked and blurted out, Freya Alicia, born in the year of the moonflower. Your father is the great knight Everton? What's wrong? The girl was stunned by the series of questions. No, that's not right, my father is only a carpenter in town. Suddenly there was a burst of laughter. Freya, this kid's flirting skills are very good. You have to be careful, big sister. No one will treat you as a mute if you speak less, Mackie, Ike. Freya turned her head back and glared at the young people. Sophie also took this opportunity to look at these people. There were 7 or 8 people in this militia team, which was in line with Erwin's organization, but the leader was actually a woman, and there was also a little brat. He looked at the tall and short woman and child beside him and felt a little emotional. It seemed that this was a special case, but in fact, it reflected that Erwin had been weakened after years of war. The revival that followed seemed bright on the surface, but it would squeeze the last bit of vitality out of this country. Sophie could not help but sigh. He had witnessed this period of history from beginning to end, but he did not expect that he would have to experience it again in this life. But perhaps he could change something. He looked at the girl beside him in a daze. That's right, Freya Alicia. Erwin's last general, who was later called the Valkyrie of the Kingdom. She was the daughter of the Fire Scepter Everton, who was lost in the countryside in her early years. Later, she was recognized by the Princess Regent and became one of the top stars in this country. He did not expect that she had also experienced this war. Unfortunately, now was not the time to let the other party take the initiative. Sophie understood that he had to be responsible for his own safety, and of course, for the lives of these young people. What are you looking at? Freya turned her head, and when she met the young man's gaze, she could not help but be stunned. That gaze was not of appreciation, nor was it of adoration, as if he was looking at her as a very strange animal. Yes, he was looking at her. But who would look at a human? She was not an animal. You haven't seen a dead person yet, right? Sophie suddenly asked. I mean, are you afraid of seeing people die? No, I just... The girl was stunned and was speechless for a moment. Then my injury has nothing to do with you. Can I sit up? Sophie asked seriously. No, you can't. Why? Freya was speechless. She was indeed afraid. She was afraid of seeing someone die in front of her, no matter who it was. Compared to the future high and mighty Valkyrie shrouded in countless halos, the current Freya was just a simple country girl. She had not experienced the cruelty of war, and still simply looked forward to the good side of the world. Sophie smiled slightly. He had also not seen a dead person, but if he counted his experience in the Amber Sword, he was more than twice as much as Freya was now. He had at least experienced the pain of loss. The thoughts of the people and things of the past tossed and turned in his memory, tormenting and hesitating. It was this kind of feeling that made people mature and know how to cherish. But it also planted the seeds of hatred. So, she's just a little girl after all. What ability do you have to make me listen to you, Miss Freya? You. Sophie knew that it was not good for him to dwell on this topic. He glanced at the bandage on his chest and immediately changed the topic. Did you guys apply the bandage on my body? Big sister did it. She is the only one here who knows how to first aid. The little brat next to him rushed to answer. He looked curiously at the young man, who seemed to be very experienced. Braggs's militia was different from their small place. I can barely stop the bleeding. Don't think about moving around, I don't want to help you again. Freya immediately reminded him. In addition to stopping the bleeding, the recovery effect of the bandage could only be used once. Sophie was of course aware of this. But this time he politely replied, thank you, although your skills are a little inferior. Martha above, Freya took a deep breath. At this moment, she had the urge to strangle this smiling guy. What the hell was he trying to do? P.S. Looks like the wish of the third watch has been shattered, there are still 11 left everyone, let's continue to make wishes today. If we can reach the top 12 today, we will explode. Chapter 18. So, where exactly are we? After taking control of the conversation, Sophie began to ask for the information he wanted. He realized that he had changed a little. In the past, he could only speak so confidently in the game and easily grasp the rhythm of the conversation. Perhaps it was because he thought of this place as the world of the Amber Sword. His experience in the game was enough to make him treat these young people as if they were really children. He naturally exuded a confident temperament. This confidence unconsciously affected the others. Whether it was Freya or the others, they gradually felt a little different. Consciously or unconsciously, the focus of the conversation shifted to Sophie. Not far away, a few young people also raised their heads and looked over. This is the red pine forest, don't move. The ponytailed girl took a breath and tried to calm herself down. Sophie raised his head in surprise. As expected of the future Valkyrie, she learned to adjust her emotions so quickly. But in his opinion, she was still a little immature. Red Pine Forest? Wait, why are you here? Sophie was surprised again. He remembered this place was called Dwarf Valley in the game. It was the habitat of level 14 brown bears. But this place was south of Bucci, and the Bucci militia had no reason to appear in this direction. We came to find you. We are looking for the Roman lady, she is a friend of Big Sis. And the Roman is a member of the third team. Everyone's voices were all at once. You defeated Madara's advance force? Sophie looked at Freya. This was the question he was most concerned about. How is that possible? The girl looked at him in confusion. Her expression was as if to say, how could he ask such a stupid question? The guards covered the villagers and evacuated from the north. We were separated from everyone. And there were more and more monsters on the road, so we could only go south. Besides, I was worried about the Roman. So that's why you came here? Sophie felt her heart sink. The girl nodded her head naturally, her long ponytail bobbing up and down. Freya immediately felt a little strange. This young man wasn't Captain Martin, so why did she have a feeling that she was inferior in front of him? Sophie couldn't help but smack her forehead. She didn't know if she should say that these youngsters were naive or ignorant. They couldn't even protect themselves, yet they still wanted to save others. No, perhaps it should be said that he was kind-hearted. However, there was no need for unnecessary kindness on the battlefield. That would only harm oneself. Sophie fell silent. In fact, she could not help but vomit blood in her heart. He set fire to his grandfather's house to warn the village, but he didn't expect that history would follow its original path. No, it would repeat itself. Lord Marcia, what kind of joke are you trying to pull? What kind of joke is this? He sighed in his heart. What he could change was still too little. The inertia of history was not something that could be stopped with just a little bit of strength. Indeed, he had to become stronger, but before that, he had to survive. Captain Martin, oh Captain Martin, it seems that even I can't save you. Why would the Romans' Black Rose Madara attack the border before the celebration of the eternal death in May? Such an obvious premeditated plan. If there was a counterattack, there must be a demon behind it. Sophie's hopes were all dashed, making him feel a little empty. He had fought so hard before, but in the end, he found that history had not changed at all. This kind of blow was really depressing. But after all, it was only the strength of a normal person, and he had already done his best. Brando. He was in a bad mood, but a surprised voice sounded in his ear. It was as happy as a lark. Sophie turned around and saw the merchant girl with a face of disbelief and surprise appear on the side of the forest. There was also a girl wearing a gray leather armor beside her. It must be this girl who went to inform her. The Roman came to his side like a gust of wind and stared at him cautiously, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear. I knew it, Brendel, you'll be fine. She sighed in relief and said happily. That's right, Brando. Freya didn't let me go back to Butchie, Then the merchant girl hurriedly explained, as if she was afraid that he would be angry. Sophie then noticed that there were still 2 glistening tear stains on her face, and couldn't help but feel his heart soften. It's okay, I'm fine now. He replied softly. Really? Really? Sophie nodded. Roman, don't touch him, Mr. Brando is seriously injured. Freya couldn't help but frown. Did these 2 know how serious the injury was? Didn't they almost die? It's okay. Although she said that, Roman stuck out her tongue and stood back. Sophie smiled. The merchant girl had such a temper. The young man looked at the 2 beautiful girls standing side by side, and couldn't help but feel that it was pleasing to the eye. He suddenly realized that it wasn't that there hadn't been any change, but the change was in another way. From the moment he came to this world, the world had already changed. If he didn't cross over, perhaps the merchant girl and Brando would have already met with misfortune. The bandits of Madara didn't have the heart to show mercy to the fairer sex. He looked at the others, and the young people who were with Freya. In that war, how many of them were able to survive? Sophie remembered clearly that in that war, less than 10% of the militia and guards at the border survived. But now that he was here, perhaps history should have changed. He didn't know more, but at least the people around him should have been saved. These young people were the seeds of the kingdom's future. Sophie would never allow history to repeat itself. Alright, back to the main topic. Do you know how serious the situation is now? Then the young man exhaled, trying to make himself look less uncomfortable. To be honest, what he needed the most now was rest, but the current situation obviously didn't allow it. He looked at the others. Freya and the young militia were stunned. Only Roman winked playfully. The ponytailed girl asked, puzzled. Sophie coughed twice weakly and asked, I mean, what are you going to do next? If I'm not wrong, Madara's undead must have controlled the path, right? The surroundings quieted down. How did you know? Freya was slightly stunned and looked at him in surprise. Of course I know, not only do I know, I've experienced it myself. Sophie answered in his heart. But the shocked gazes around him still made him feel a little proud. It was good to be a prophet. But this little pride couldn't hide the worry in his heart. Madara's attack in April was swift and comprehensive. He had to build a more comprehensive plan to protect himself. And these young people. The enemy Wuxia was facing was the flank of Madara's army, and the commander of that army was the famous Black Lord Xianxia. Although he was still a young man in his early 20s, it was from this war that this future general gradually showed his talent. But what did he have? At this moment in history, he was just a nameless person. But Sophie understood that the only advantage he had now was his foresight. Indeed, this advantage could save his life in the following series of encounters, but he had to grasp the opportunity well. He only had 2 chances. One was to pass through the relatively safe valley of sharp stones. He remembered clearly that it would only be on the 17th day when Xianxia's deputy, Cyclops, Tarkus would control this area. But the distance was too far, and he was worried that he wouldn't be able to break through before the enemy completed the encirclement. Unless there were horses, but where was he to find horses for 10 men? So there was only one way left, and that was to break through the River of Daggers before the 2 squadrons led by Ghoul, Weezer and White Knight, Ebden surrounded him. Until the end of April, there was only a skeleton squad led by a necromancer stationed there. He couldn't help but touch the cold ring on his index finger. As long as he had the Ring of the Wind Empress, wouldn't it be easy to break through the defense line formed by 11 skeleton soldiers and a necromancer? But before that, he had to make everyone in this militia squad listen to his orders. This was also the reason why he had been so aggressive from the start. Sophie looked at everyone again. This is a logical conjecture. As long as you have a bit of military knowledge, you will come to this conclusion. Sealing off the main road is to cut off communication and open up a path for your army. The next step is to use Wuxia as the center to eliminate the remnants of Erwin's forces. He tried to make it sound as serious as possible based on his own experience. Then he paused for a moment, and said with a heavy tone, "That's us." Silence, only the sound of the others' breathing could be heard. So, what do you plan to do now? Sophie asked weakly. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. There were more than 10 skeleton soldiers guarding the main road to Wuxia. They couldn't just kill their way out, right? Although they had a youthful confidence that these enemies were nothing, but when it came to a life and death battle, they were still a little anxious. Freya had a worried expression. She didn't think so much when she made the decision. Although they were militia, in the end they were just a group of inexperienced youths. Although the ponytailed girl didn't say anything, her helplessness was written all over her face. Everyone's gaze had already landed on Sophie. Sophie's experience made him seem more stable than everyone here. This kind of impression was often imperceptible, and in times of crisis, he made people feel more reliable. Brando? Roman also asked. Sophie turned his head, and used a faint smile to signal her to be at ease. We have to prepare for the worst. Then he turned his head to look at these people, intending to dispel their naivety. This wasn't the first time he did this. In the guild, the newbies who went to the battlefield for the first time always had an optimistic attitude, and once they suffered a blow, they would fall into a state of helplessness, so they would quickly crumble in front of an experienced team. In fact, the gap between players wasn't as big as imagined. The key was the mentality. And these old players were responsible for giving the newbies a heads up beforehand. Prepare for the worst. Sophie was about to speak, but suddenly there was a sparse sound from the forest. Everyone looked in that direction at the same time, and only Freya frowned slightly. She asked in the direction of the shrub, "Jonah-san?" "It's me, Captain Freya." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But Sophie quietly waved his hand at the ponytailed girl, indicating the latter to be more vigilant. Freya saw his gesture and was slightly startled, but she immediately reacted. Erewhon's militia training didn't allow them to leave their posts at will. And Sophie absolutely trusted the military training of Erewhon's militia. Although these young people were naive, it didn't mean that they would forget the basic rules of daily training. There was no room for any negligence on the battlefield. "What happened, Johnson?" Freya asked as she put her hand on the hilt of her sword. "I'm sorry, big sister, I was caught." Shernan parted to both sides with a swooshing sound, and two people walked out from behind. The first one was a pale young man with his hands raised high with a sad face. And a lich followed closely behind, pointing at the back of the young man's head with its fingertips, while looking at the others with the flickering green flames in its eye sockets. "Hee, I caught a group of little mice." Everyone was stunned. "Johnson. How could you?" Then there was a sound of disbelief. Note, unyielding, the first awakened ability is called the bloodline ability. It's not something every character has, or rather, the protagonist doesn't realize it. There are two main abilities of unyielding. First, stubbornness. It ignores all physical attacks during the duration, unless the person is beheaded or the heart is damaged. Also, willpower is increased to 10 ounces. This will cause the creature to be able to stay awake for 5 minutes after being fatally injured, even if it stops breathing. Second, self-healing. It strengthens the body's self-recovery ability, but this ability only works after the injury is stable. The bloodline ability will gradually strengthen as the character gets stronger, thus showing more characteristics. P.S. Looks like the dream of the third update will be shattered again. Also, I noticed that many brothers don't read the notifications, because the effect of the noon update isn't good, so the normal update will be at 12 a.m. and 6 p.m. Chapter 19. Johnson. How could you? The young militiamen glared at their companions. The young man who was controlled by the lich's hand was pale and trembling. Shame and fear made him lower his head. But he didn't want to die, right? Freya felt that her heart was about to stop. She subconsciously pulled out her sword. But the lich immediately dispelled her thoughts. The green light in its eye sockets suddenly flourished, and one of the young man's arms immediately burst like a balloon. Blood splattered everywhere, and the young man screamed miserably. His whole body fell to the ground and curled into a ball. "Ah, big sister, I beg you to save me." Johnson rolled on the ground like a bloody man, wailing in pain. This frightening scene made several people turn around and vomit immediately. The ponytailed girl's face also turned pale. She swayed and almost fell down. "Human girl, you better not act rashly," the lich warned her with a sharp voice. Its cold eyes swept across everyone present. But it immediately realized that the people present were just militiamen, not worth mentioning. Insects. The green light in the lich's eye sockets dimmed, and it was somewhat disappointed. It was ordered to hunt down the whereabouts of the human scout that had escaped earlier, and not to get tangled up with these insects. Freya's mind was blank, but she resisted the waves of dizziness and tried to think of a way to get out of this situation. She still remembered that she was the leader of this group, so she couldn't show her weak side. As for the girl beside Roman, she had already fainted. Fortunately, Romain held her. Sophie felt Roman's hand tightly grabbing her sleeve. This was a kind of reliance and trust. Previously, he also held the ponytailed girl from behind to prevent her from falling, but the latter's strength was beyond his expectations. But no matter what, he knew that she needed some comfort at this time. Otherwise, she might collapse first. As a girl who lived in a peaceful era, it was difficult for her to accept such a cruel scene. Fortunately, Erewhon was a war-torn country, and most of the young people here had this kind of awareness. "Freya," Sophie said weakly. The young girl was slightly startled and immediately woke up. She took a deep breath and calmed down with Sophie's help. Sophie could not help but nod in admiration when she saw that her fingers had become much gentler on the sword hilt. This kind of performance could be considered outstanding. Ordinary people rarely could calm down at the edge of life and death. He didn't know why he didn't seem nervous at all. It was as if his mind had become as calm as water after his transmigration and the test of life and death. But no matter what, at least it was a good thing. He continued to ask in an almost inaudible voice, "Do you still remember what I said before about preparing for the worst?" Freya was stunned for a moment and nodded slightly. "Do you still have the strength to fight?" It was an almost undetectable response. Only then did Sophie feel relieved. He rubbed the cold wind Empress ring with his thumb. The response told him that the recharge was only half complete. 3 hours was way too slow compared to the 10-minute charge in the game. But fortunately, half of the energy was enough. Even though it couldn't create a complete wind bullet, it was enough to create a strong wind. Anyway, he had already prepared for the worst. There was no possibility of it getting worse. At the same time, the Lich finally confirmed that there were no other ambushes. It didn't even look at the wailing wretch at its feet and raised its skeletal arm. "Soldiers, kill them all." The shrill and dry voice rang out, and 4 skeletal soldiers with sharp swords and black chainmail appeared from the forest. They appeared from the thin fog, and their bodies creaked as they approached Freya's group step by step. Perhaps Freya's group had thought of fighting back against these cold monsters earlier, but not now. The young people were full of confidence before, but now they were frightened by the cold-bloodedness of the enemy. Their remaining courage was gradually defeated by the aura of death, and they were powerless to resist. They could only retreat step by step until they reached a dead end. Perhaps it was because of their biological instinct to protect themselves that they hurriedly pulled out the swords at their waists. But looking at how timid they were, no one could be sure how much fighting power they had left. Only the sound of inhaling could be heard in the forest. Looking at these pale-faced youths, the Lich couldn't help but sneer from its leaky chin. The green light in its eye sockets flashed as if it was enjoying the pleasure brought by fear. Indeed, human fear was their greatest enemy. They were weak, short-lived, and easily manipulated by useless emotions. In contrast, the undead naturally overcame all these flaws. Each of them could be the best soldier, especially the low-level undead. They didn't even need to think, they only needed to obey. Compared to the well-trained militia of the human race, who acted like helpless children on the battlefield, such weak creatures shouldn't exist in this world. It couldn't help but feel a sense of disgust from the bottom of its heart. Yes, Madara will win. But at this time, the Lich heard an extra voice. "I'll leave it to you." It was the voice of a young man, calm, steady, and full of confidence. The Lich felt its soul fire jump slightly, which was an ominous sign. It immediately turned its head vigilantly. Reflected in its empty vision was a shiny ring. The ring was worn on the index finger of the seriously injured militia. It had never paid attention to that guy before. What was there to pay attention to a half-dead human? Pretending to be seriously injured could deceive others, but it certainly couldn't deceive the undead. These cold-blooded monsters that crawled out of their graves could look directly at the soul fire of a living creature. Sophie's weak and dim soul fire was definitely not fake. She was a seriously injured soldier. It seemed that it was true. But the real threat came from the ring on her hand. It was a magic ring. The green flames in the Lich's eyes dimmed little by little, and it could almost smell a deadly aura gathering in the air. It recognized this smell. One of its masters taught it black magic and let it come in contact with some counterfeits. And from the aura that escaped from it, it could tell that it was at least a magic ring that reached 20 energy rank. How could an official wizard's item appear in the hands of an ordinary person? The Lich couldn't help but show a look of horror and greed. "Undead soldier, give me that thing." It raised its bone staff and screamed. "OSS," but Sophie raised her right hand and spat out the word with all her might. It was more like she was squeezing out the remaining air from her lungs. When the young man fell back, he couldn't help but sweat profusely. The space expanded and then suddenly contracted. When the contraction once again exploded back to its original state, the turbulent airflow let out a shrill sound that was enough to pierce people's eardrums. The wind was like a straight arrow that pierced towards the Lich and its skeleton soldiers. Even though they raised their withered arms to try and protect themselves, the turbulence passed through their empty ribs and formed an air vortex that pulled them to one side step by step. There was no damage, but the restraining effect was obvious enough. "Freya!" Sophie shouted. The young girl responded and pulled out her sword. A crisp metallic sound was heard, and her long ponytail danced in the wind. But what made Sophie surprised was that this inexperienced militia captain did not act rashly. She immediately turned around and reprimanded the others. "Mackie, Irene. What are you waiting for, Butchie's militia? Third squad, follow me." Inspiring courage was sometimes like a signal. In a life and death situation, a sentence, a hint could make people explode with endless power. But there was a condition, and that was to be calm. One person's calmness could affect more people, just like now. Under Freya's reminder, the young militia was slightly startled, but they finally reacted. This was their best chance, and their only chance to survive. The sudden gale caused the skeleton soldiers and the Lich to retreat, and they had no time to care about anything else. This discovery made the young men regain their courage. In the clanging sound of swords being unsheathed, the tactical qualities that they had trained on a daily basis seemed to have returned to their bodies at this moment. "Mackie, cover me. Despicable monsters, now it's your turn, get rid of that black magician first. That's the Lich. Petit Finus, come behind me." They began to try to counterattack. But Sophie looked at the chaotic scene with some worry. He was afraid that these guys would be impulsive and ruin the situation, so he calmly reminded them from behind, "Remember to stay calm, everyone. Only when you calm down can you fight." In the Amber Sword, he had seen many rookies who were exactly like these young men. Hot-bloodedness was a good thing, but they could not let it go to their heads. He had no choice but to recite the militia's battle regulations. This was something that everyone present had memorized before, but there were not many who could remember these dry and precious experiences in battle. It had to be said that Brando was an anomaly. Sophie had all the memories of the young man's last battle. As a new recruit, his performance could not have been better. Even as a veteran warrior, he had to admit that Brando was indeed a young man with exceptional talent in swordsmanship. The only pity was that he encountered the wrong battle at the wrong time. And on the other side, under Sophie's reminder, the young men calmed down. But this was not enough. Sophie knew that these guys still needed to gain a little advantage to strengthen their confidence. Otherwise, the morale that was built up in such a short period of time would easily collapse. The wind became weaker. The skeleton soldiers shook their chainmail and prepared to counterattack. They tried to regain their balance, but Sophie's voice had already instructed the Butchie militia to change their tactics. "Listen up, these low-level Madara soldiers lack intelligence and move slowly. Turning around is their biggest weakness. Try to move left in the direction where they are holding their swords. There is a blind spot there, you can attack safely. Mackie, you and Irene have to attack from the left and right, do you know how to cover them?" "Yes, attract the skeleton's attention." "That's it." Sophie was half lying on a rock, staring at the situation on the battlefield while pointing out what the enemy should do next. There was a special magic in his words that made people unable to help but believe him. This was the power that people called confidence. It was steady, calm, and made people subconsciously rely on it when they were at a loss of what to do. And the Butchie militia soon got a taste of the benefits. First, under his reminder, Ike cut off the tibia of a skeleton soldier at the cost of a sword in his thigh. Then, his partner, Little Phoenix, rushed up and pierced the skull of the skeleton soldier with a sword. The moment the sword pierced through the skull, the cold monster fell apart with a crash. The soul fire in its eye sockets flickered and quickly dimmed. A golden light flew out from the broken bones and entered Sophie's chest not far away. Sophie was stunned. Different from the last time, this time he clearly felt that something was wrong. Experience points. He suddenly realized this. But before he had the time to verify this, he heard the young militia shouting excitedly after defeating the enemy. "Oh my God, I did it!" Ike could not believe it. He pressed on his bleeding wound and shouted, "Brando, how did you know this?" Sophie smiled slightly. These experiences were summed up by him and his companions in the game. Even the most insignificant of them was filled with profound lessons because all of them were precious knowledge that had been tempered through thousands of battles and deaths. Brando also learned some similar knowledge in the militia training, but in Sophie's eyes, it was too superficial, too superficial. If that knowledge could increase his combat power by 10% when he faced the skeleton soldiers, then his own should increase by 50% or even more. From the year 375 to the Second Era, Sophie's battle experience with Madara had allowed her to know the enemy's lowest-ranked skeleton soldiers, and the highest-ranked liches, bone dragons, and even vampire lords like the back of her hand. In terms of understanding of the Dark Kingdom, there were probably not many people who could compare to Erwin. After all, before the First War of the Black Rose, the relationship between Madara and the Light World was not as tense as it was later. Friction and conflicts were not as frequent. Of course, these experiences were one of the things that Sophie was most proud of in this world. Relying on his familiarity with this world, he was confident that he could continue to walk, step by step, and return to his previous heights. But now, he had to finish the work at hand. He did not know if the gust of wind caused by before had attracted other people's attention. For safety's sake, he had to finish the battle quickly. Thinking of this, his gaze fell on the Lich. This was a troublesome enemy. P.S. Some friends don't quite understand the conditions for this book to be on the list. I will explain it to everyone here. The list for this book is the weekly potential new book list. The conditions for the new book list are: the second or more published works after becoming a Chidian author, the total word count is less than 200,000 words, the book has been in the Chidian library for 30 days, and the book has been updated once every 3 days. The formula for calculating the potential value of new book list and new book list is the week's clicks *5 plus the week's recommendations *10 plus the total collection 2. The clicks will only be counted as clicks by members. It must be clicks by members who have logged in. It will only be counted once every 6 hours. Today, this book's ranking rose by 2 places to the 22nd place. I hope to advance a little more tomorrow. Finally, I will continue to make a wish to be in the top 12. You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.